Some years before the start of the Second World War, Adolf Hitler had an idea that kept him awake at night: to have his own security force. That's why, with meticulous attention, he tirelessly worked to form a group of men prepared both militarily and intellectually to watch his back and defeat the enemy. Today, followers, we will get to know the personal troops of the Führer, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler. Beginnings and formation. On September 12, 1919, Adolf Hitler attended the initial meetings of the German Workers' Party in order to belong to a political organization aligned with his ideology. This same group would later become the National Socialist German Workers' Party. That same year, the future Führer found the need to protect his integrity, so he began the process of forming a security force that would make him feel safe. Initially accompanied by his colleagues Julius Schreck, Wilhelm Bruckner, Julius Schaub, and Ulrich Graf, he opted to create the Sturmabteilung, also known as the SA or Brown Shirts. These innovative forces were inspired by the model of the Army's 19th Grenadier Company, and even included some of its men. Several months before the Munich Putsch of 1923, in which both Hitler and Rudolf Hess attempted a coup d'état, the SA began searching for men capable of defending and being loyal to the beliefs dictated by National Socialism. This search unexpectedly paused after the aforementioned Putsch, as Adolf Hitler was imprisoned and both the National Socialist Party and all its paramilitary units were dismantled. In April 1925, a few weeks after his release from prison, Hitler sought to organize his long-desired security forces. To prevent the setbacks experienced in Munich, he ordered the formation of a new bodyguard unit capable of protecting him from any adversity. For this reason, he created the Protection Command Schutzkommando, which he soon after renamed the Sturmstaffel, or Assault Squadron. Finally, the Hitlerian forces would change their name definitively to become the Schutzstaffel, better known as the SS. 8 years later, the SS had grown significantly. Gone were the days when only 8 men watched over the German leader's back. An organization of 50,000 members was preparing to usher in the darkest times of humanity. Upon assuming the chancellorship, Hitler displaced both the traditional guards of the Reichswehr and those of the state police. He believed he needed trusted men so that no detail escaped his notice. Furthermore, he ordered the creation of a force tasked with escorting him both in Berlin and on his official travels. On March 17th, Adolf Hitler founded the Armed Personal Guard Stabswache Berlin, which later became known as Stoßtrupp, divided into different units. One of these was called Sonderkommando Berlin, which within a few weeks managed to reach 120 members. Less than 8 months later, on November 9th of the same year, the new military unit had grown to 800 members. The Stabswache Berlin was renamed Sonderkommando Zossen and had 3 training companies, whose instructors came from both the army and the police. In addition to their conventional guarding duties, this special force had the authority to act as an armed police force and carry out anti-terrorist missions. September 1933 approached, and the Hitlerian forces added 3 new companies called SS Sonderkommando Jüterbog. These units merged with the Stabswache to form the Adolf Hitler Standarte. On November 9th, the German military decided to rename these forces and call them Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, meaning Adolf Hitler's personal bodyguard. Unlike the SS, which by then were led by Heinrich Himmler, the Leibstandarte were to follow exclusively the orders of the commander with the rank of SS Gruppenführer Joseph Sepp Dietrich. In front of the Feldherrnhalle in Munich, hundreds of soldiers pronounced the words of the SS loyalty oath. I swear to you, Adolf Hitler, as Führer and Chancellor of the German Reich, loyalty and valor. I swear to you and to the superiors you appoint, obedience unto death. May God help me. The men of the Leibstandarte were considered more capable than most German soldiers, including those of the Wehrmacht. To join this division, members had to meet the following requirements: have an Aryan certificate endorsed by Heinrich Himmler's signature, have a minimum height of 1.80 meters. Those who did not reach that height were sent to the Totenkopfverbände, a subunit of the SS, possess physical and intellectual aptitudes above average, have a physical appearance in line with pre-established standards. Each member remained a novice until their superiors deemed both their ideological indoctrination courses and their infantry and armored vehicle handling skills approved. Only those who met the model of the super soldier athlete were able to pass the exams. This included indoctrination based on hatred of Jews and communism. Among the exercises to be performed, they had to use live ammunition and be able to place a magnetic mine on a tank. They also had to know how to handle dangerous situations, carry out rapid assaults on enemy positions, assume leadership in combat, and propose initiatives to their superiors. Additionally, they underwent training in mountain warfare, beach assaults, neutralization of booby traps, and conducting commando raids in enemy territory. Each applicant or novice had the full authority to resign freely if they could not withstand the training. Once the oath was taken, the decision was irrevocable until death. In fact, leaders often psychologically pressured applicants to filter out those who could not bear their role as soldiers. Their uniforms were known for being black, with a sleeve displaying the name Adolf Hitler. Additionally, their emblem was the skull, a popular symbol that had been used in various elite units of the Kingdom of Prussia and the Second Reich. This group had been created both to carry out pivotal missions and to exclusively protect the future Nazi dictator. Initially, their tasks included guarding the Reich Chancellery in Berlin, standing guard at the main entrances of the palace, and Hitler's office. Developing a strong friendship with Hitler, Dietrich had absolute freedom to make decisions without consulting any superior. In fact, according to Himmler's words, the leader of the Leibstandarte had full authority to do whatever he pleased in terms of budgetary decisions. Hitler himself had given him the authority to use money as he saw fit. Additionally, Dietrich was one of the few privileged individuals to have direct contact with the SS top brass. By the end of 1933, the Leibstandarte offices were relocated to the Berlin-Lichterfelde barracks, where they enjoyed greater comfort and better infrastructure to guard the German dictator's back. Additionally, they established in Bad Tolz, a city in Bavaria, a war academy called SS Junkerschule. The pillars of this institute were based on principles outlined by Felix Steiner, who said, "We need a type of soldier who is adaptable and flexible, athletic in bearing, and capable of enduring more than the average resistance." At the SS Junkerschule, they had football fields, boxing halls, gyms, and both outdoor and heated pools. The instructors were none other than Olympic champions in various specialties. They also required training in non-military matters, including etiquette. They had to read an etiquette book containing instructions on table manners. Additionally, they received somewhat curious orders, such as the correct way to end a letter. This involved writing, "Heil Hitler, yours sincerely," and the sender's name. Another mandatory reading was Mein Kampf, a book written by Adolf Hitler. By 1934, the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler had been consolidated and had about 1,000 men, the majority of whom were affiliated with the National Socialist Party. Only a few had been recruited directly from the police or the army. They also had a handful of Austrian Hitler admirers, whose political convictions forced them to leave their homeland and settle in Germany. For Dietrich, it was important to differentiate from the SS. As a formation directly linked to the Führer's figure, they wanted to have their own terms and nomenclatures. That's why they obtained Himmler's authorization to use various terminologies related to the army, abandoning those of the Schutzstaffel. Thus, they discarded terms such as Sturmbahn and Sturm to use words like bataillon or company. June 30th, 1934 was not just any date for these Hitlerian forces. On that day, they became a pivotal piece in crushing the Röhm Putsch and were directly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of enemies of Nazism in what came to be known as the Night of the Long Knives. On that day, Hitler initiated a plan to seize control of all structures of the German state. In this way, the Leibstandarte collaborated in the murder of critics of his regime and public figures who opposed his path to global leadership. Hundreds of arrested individuals ended up at the Leibstandarte barracks, which became a clearinghouse for prisons and unwanted corpses. After the wave of executions, the forces met Hitler's expectations, who did not hesitate to reassign Dietrich to the position of SS Obergruppenführer. Additionally, he also promoted to a higher rank all members of the Leibstandarte who had had any kind of active participation in the Röhm Putsch. In October 1934, Hitler's guards received a very uncommon honor for that time. While most forces continued to use horses, they already enjoyed the use of tanks. The Leibstandarte ascended in its formation and now had more than 2,500 members, divided into 3 motorized infantry battalions. They not only had motorcyclists, mortars and armored vehicles, but were also known in various cities for their acclaimed musical orchestra. The high regard of the Führer for his favorite formation brought serious tensions with other military forces of the Reich. The fact that the Leibstandarte was financed directly with state funds and not with the National Socialist Party's funds helped them be viewed with suspicion by their peers. The eagerness to achieve total autonomy clashed with their logistical dependence on the Wehrmacht, the unified armed forces. Weapons of the Waffen SS. Throughout the Second World War, the Germans used 2 weapons that over time became a living symbol of the Leibstandarte. On one hand, the Maschinengewehr 42, better known as the MG42. This weapon, created in 1942, had the mission of replacing the MG34 as the Army's official machine gun, as the latter incurred high economic costs in the manufacturing process. The MG42 was capable of firing up to 1,800 rounds per minute with high efficiency, and on top of that, it was inexpensive, quick to manufacture, and extremely reliable. It's worth noting that the MG34 only fired 850 rounds per minute. In the corridors of the bunkers, it was nicknamed the Circular Saw and Hitler's Reaper. Another of its most valuable qualities was its easy adaptability to all types of terrain. Neither mud nor dust nor snow could hinder its optimal functioning. The development of this machine gun was overseen by Metall- und Lackierwarenfabrik Johannes Grossfuss AG. The MG42 weighed 11.6 kilograms with bipod. For sustained fire, it was mounted on the Lafette 42 tripod, specially created for the occasion, which weighed 20.5 kilograms. The machine gun had a recoil-operated action system and fired 7.92 mm Mauser caliber cartridges. Using this machine gun required a team of 3 people, a non-commissioned officer who acted as the gunner, an observer, and a loader, who had to hold the belts and feed the gun when it ran out of cartridges. However, every virtue hides a defect, and in this case the high rate of fire of the MG42 easily translated into excessive ammunition consumption. Additionally, such a rapid firing speed caused excessive barrel heating. That's why the figure of the loader was crucial, as from time to time they had to replace the barrel with extreme caution and urgency. However, no haste was enough, as the change was never fast enough and allowed enemies to attack those who were taking care of the MG42. Despite its quality, it had some predictability, and Allied soldiers meticulously studied those details to turn them into one of the biggest weaknesses of those wielding this weapon. In fact, the United States Army created training films aimed at helping its soldiers confront its flaws, but also mitigate its virtues. During the 3 years in which this machine gun participated in the war, over 40,000 units were manufactured, with versions from popular brands such as Mauser or Grossfuss. However, due to material shortages in Germany, a new version was created in 1944, dubbed the MG42 V or MG45, with lower quality steel and a weight of 9 kilograms. This adaptation of the MG42 had been developed prioritizing an increase in the rate of fire. The MG42 also inspired the German MG3 and the American M60, which featured modifications to the feeding mechanism based on the MG42's belt feed. On the other hand, let's talk about the STG-44, known as the father of assault rifles. This weapon, which was used in dozens of attacks by the Leibstandarte, is also known as the Sturmgewehr 44 or MP44. It was characterized by combining the features of semi-automatic rifles and submachine guns. It could hit both distant targets and short distances during urban combat. It was also capable of providing light machine gun fire. Until its arrival, most German soldiers had submachine guns or bolt-action rifles. Few possessed semi-automatic rifles. The acquisition of the STG-44 aimed to counter the threat of Soviet submachine guns like the PPS-43 and PPSH-41. It had a selector switch, which allowed switching between automatic or semi-automatic mode. This meant it had high adaptability to become either a precision single-shot rifle or an efficient assault machine gun with high precision, damage and speed. It used a 7. 92x33 Kurz cartridge, unlike the 7. 92x57 of standard rifles. The bullet velocity was 647 m/s. One of the distinguishing features that set it apart from any other rifle or submachine gun was the Krummlauf. This is a curved barrel with a periscopic sighting mechanism to safely shoot around corners. This barrel has different variations, such as 30 degree, 45 degree, 60 degree, and 90 degree. Despite its virtues, one of its major drawbacks was that it had less power and range than rifles of the time. By the end of the conflict, German forces had manufactured over 425,000 MP40s. Performance. In 1938, the Leibstandarte played a crucial role in the annexation of Austria to the Nazi Empire. It covered 1,000 kilometers in just 48 hours. Among other activities, it passed through Linz to form an honor guard for the Führer, then continued to the city of Vienna, where it participated in triumphant celebrations. All this was carried out with the full collaboration of the army. Some months later, they did the same to achieve the occupation of the Sudetenland and subsequently the annexation of Bohemia and Moravia, earning the total admiration of Adolf Hitler. By 1939, the Leibstandarte had become a complete infantry regiment with 3 infantry battalions, a select group of engineers, an artillery battalion, and small auxiliary units of anti-tank forces. After their achievements in the various territorial objectives that Adolf Hitler had set in his conquest plan, the young Nazi forces were renamed the Motorized Infantry Regiment Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler. However, when it seemed that recognition was sufficient, the rise of the Leibstandarte had no limit. During the campaign in Poland, Dietrich received the order to annex his forces to the 33rd Army Corps as part of the Southern Army Corps, attached to the 17th Infantry Division, whose flank it covered during the advance of the southern attack pincer. The clashes with the Polish cavalry forces were brutal. Despite the damage received, the Hitlerian forces managed to repel the 28th Infantry Division and the Wolinska Cavalry Brigade. Once the feat was accomplished, they were sent to the area near Warsaw, alongside General Reinhardt's 4th Panzer Division, where they collaborated in the encirclement operations of the Polish units. A year later, the Leibstandarte expanded once again to become a complete motorized infantry regiment. Additionally, a self-propelled artillery battery was annexed to them. Hitler, satisfied with their performance, disregarded their concern about Dietrich's forces' ease in accumulating casualties in combat and sent them to the border with the Netherlands to initiate Operation Fall Gelb, which ultimately became the invasion of France, the Netherlands, Luxembourg, and Belgium. Their contribution was vital, as they were tasked with constituting the vanguard of the advance, with the crucial mission of capturing a bridge over the Leisel and linking up with General Student's company, the Fallschirmjäger, who would deploy from Rotterdam. Once the invasion began on May 10, 1940, the Leibstandarte covered more than 75 kilometers of the border, captured the planned bridge, and battled for 5 days until the Dutch surrender. It was at that moment that they joined the reserve of Army Group B. After the counterattack of British forces, they were sent to the front with the aim of maintaining the perimeter around Dunkirk and reducing the size of the sector where hundreds of thousands of Allies were encircled. However, not all news was good. After ignoring Hitler's orders to halt the advance, they continued the attack, eliminating British artillery positions on the heights of Württemberg. This decision cost them a great number of casualties, as their greatest weakness was their high exposure to mortal wounds. In December 1940, it was the Führer himself who spoke to the soldiers, seeking a positive reaction. "What my destiny will be, my men of the Leibstandarte, I do not know. But I know one thing, that you will be in the front line of every action. While you have the honor of leading the fight at the forefront of the Reich, it is also an honor for you who bear my name to be at the forefront of the fight." In February 1941, Italy began its incursion into Greece. To the surprise of Benito Mussolini, the Greek army managed to contain the opponent and push them back to the Albanian border. That's why the Italian dictator contacted the Führer to request trained men for such circumstances. Hitler did not hesitate for a second and sent the Leibstandarte, who participated in the Battle of Klidi Pass. There they suffered over 320 deaths. A few days later, they responded satisfactorily in tough skirmishes in the town of Kastoria. On June 22nd of that same year, the Leibstandarte accompanied the 1st Panzer Army and the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking in the complex Operation Barbarossa, more precisely in Rostov. There the panorama was adverse for Hitler's Germany, and the context was no different for the Leibstandarte. After a large number of victories, they were tasting the flavor of a decisive defeat for the first time. While one of the weaknesses of these troops lay in their susceptibility to casualties, their incursion into the Soviet Union truly endured the harshness of death. In just 2 years, they suffered the loss of over 22,000 soldiers and officers. Himmler had no choice but to assign foreign troops to cover the gaps. In 1942, the formations of the Leibstandarte, alongside the battered Das Reich and Totenkopf, were withdrawn from the front and reorganized as Panzergrenadier units in France, where they remained until 1943. After a hiatus, they returned to Stalin's lands and performed notably by recapturing Kharkov under the leadership of the young commander Joachim Peiper. A few days after this feat, along with the 7th Panzer Company of von Ribbentrop, they went after the town of Belgorod. As the Battle of Kursk began, the Hitlerian troops managed to resist a powerful onslaught by the Red Army, with over 600 tanks at their disposal. In 1944, they took part in the Battle of Corsun-Cherkassy, assisting the Wehrmacht in the rescue of 2 corps from Army Group South, which had been completely surrounded by the forces of the 1st Ukrainian Front and the 2nd Ukrainian Front. While the rescue was unsuccessful, they managed to save several dozen comrades. On June 6th of the same year, the Leibstandarte were sent to aid in the defense of Normandy after the Allied landings. Despite being significantly depleted, they managed to withstand the attack with prowess. After participating in the Malmedy massacre, the infamous war crime in which over 80 American soldiers died, the Leibstandarte had their final engagement. In 1945, they fought in the Lake Balaton offensive, in which the German army made its final thrust against the Soviet Union. Some soldiers belonging to this division fought in the Battle of Berlin under the command of other squadrons before surrendering and bringing an end to World War II. Officers and prominent members. Throughout the years, the Leibstandarte had important officers. One of them was the aforementioned Josef Sepp Dietrich. In 1923, he took part in the Munich Putsch. 5 years later, he joined the Nazi Party and soon served as Hitler's bodyguard. After gaining trust with his leader, he rose through the ranks of the organization and was even allowed to sleep in the Chancellor's offices. At the age of 38, in 1930, he was elected a delegate of the Reichstag. A year later, he became an SS Gruppenführer and later rose to Obergruppenführer. At the end of the war and the failure of the offensive, Hitler ordered Dietrich and his men to surrender their armbands, to which Sepp refused. On May 8th, he surrendered to American troops. On the other hand, Wilhelm Mohnke joined the Nazi Party in 1931 and was admitted to the Leibstandarte a few years later. On September 7, 1939, he was wounded during the campaign in Poland, and after a brief recovery, he received the Wound Badge, the Iron Cross Second Class, and later the First Class. His promotion came swiftly, and a year later, he led the 5th Company of the 2nd Battalion of the Leibstandarte Regiment during the Battle of France. Some sources claim that Mohnke was involved in the massacre at Wormhout, in which 80 French and British prisoners of war were killed. In 1941, after his participation in the Balkans campaign, bad news struck the smile of the prestigious German officer. An attack from a Yugoslav plane directly hit his leg. Although doctors suggested the urgent amputation of the limb, he opposed it, but could not prevent them from cutting off part of his foot. During his recovery, he received the German Cross in gold. At the end of the war, after serving in various military commands and ranks, Mohnke was sent to Moscow, where he was interrogated and kept in solitary confinement for 6 years. Later, he was transferred to the Lubyanka prison and then to the Volkovo prisoner camp, where he remained until 1955. One who carried out orders similar to those of Mohnke was SS Brigadeführer Otto Kumm, who had the honor of being appointed as the commander of the Leibstandarte on February 15, 1945. His debut in such a position was during Operation Spring Awakening, which began on March 6th of that year. There, he ordered his men to attack from Hungary towards the Eastern Front. Due to the ambitions of this mission, and despite initial progress, failure came sooner than expected. His next destination was the Vienna offensive, where he had no better luck than in his previous intervention. It was there that Kumm surrendered to British forces along with his troops. After the end of the conflict, Kumm became a successful businessman. In 1951, he founded HIAG, an organization of Waffen SS veterans. The main objective of this association was to provide assistance to former colleagues and conduct campaigns to rehabilitate their legal status regarding pensions. In the 1960s, HIAG had 70,000 members. However, several years later, political antagonism caused an internal crisis, and in 1992 it was disbanded. Within the Leibstandarte, there were other prominent members. One such case is the aforementioned Joachim Peiper. In 1933, at the age of 18, he joined the Hitler Youth. After a few satisfactory months, he volunteered for the SS cavalry under the command of Gustav Lombard. The specialty of this organization was the mass murder of Jews in the Soviet Union. There they perpetrated various massacres, such as the one in Pripyat marshes. Peiper quickly rose through the ranks, and after obtaining the rank of Sturmmann, his military leadership was quickly noticed by higher-ups. In 1938, after a year of training in the SS Junker, Heinrich Himmler contacted him to offer him the position of his assistant. Peiper proved himself capable, and in 1940 he was appointed platoon leader of one of the motorized regiment units of the Leibstandarte. After successfully leading his platoon in capturing enemy artillery in the south of Valenciennes, he was awarded the Iron Cross Second Class. A few months later he received the same distinction, but this time First Class. Additionally, he was promoted to SS Hauptsturmführer. But the awards were not only military in nature. He also received a high-end French sports car for the time. After his time in the Leibstandarte, Peiper resumed activities as Himmler's aide. Before retiring, he bid farewell to his formation. "We had to have the toughness, this should be said and forgotten soon, to shoot thousands of outstanding Poles." Additionally, he acknowledged his men after carrying out painful executions, moving people, and evicting hysterical and crying women to clean foreign lands before the invasion. After a visit to Spain to interact with none other than Francisco Franco on November 1st, Peiper was appointed as Himmler's chief aide. Following several forays into different units, in 1941 Peiper was reassigned to the Leibstandarte to assist in the fighting on the Eastern Front in the role of tank commander. Upon his return to these Hitlerian troops, Peiper achieved remembered victories that resulted in the loss of dozens of tanks and casualties among the Waffen SS infantry. In 1943, he led his platoon in the Third Battle of Kharkov. There they suffered not only the death of their men, but also that of most of their medical personnel. After learning that both partisans and Soviet soldiers burned 2 gasoline trucks and killed 25 Germans, Peiper ordered the entire village of Krasiana Poliana in Poland to be burned. His actions and those of his unit earned him the nickname Blowtorch Battalion. This nickname stemmed from the brutal arson perpetrated. Peiper was also awarded the German Cross in gold. His reputation as a lover of massacres and widespread punishment quickly spread. A former commander of the Leibstandarte, whose identity is unknown, was captured south of Falaise in France. When interrogated by the Allies and asked about Peiper, he confessed that he saw him particularly eager to execute the order to burn villages. In fact, Peiper even said, "Our reputation precedes us like a wave of terror and is one of our best weapons. Even old Genghis Khan would have gladly hired us as assistants." Peiper's career ascended to the most unsuspected successes. Not only was he honored with the Knight's Cross, but Nazi propaganda depicted him as an exemplary military leader, and Himmler dedicated special congratulations to him in a radio broadcast. "Heartfelt congratulations on the Knight's Cross, dear Jochen. I am proud of you." In Das Schwarze Korps, the official SS newspaper, the pages showed a man who was not only a reference, but also the master of the situation. in all its phases. They valued his quick decisions as they ensured victory through his bold and unorthodox orders. They mentioned his gift of being a natural leader, filled with the highest sense of responsibility for the lives of each of his men. In 1944, as the Allies deployed their entire arsenal, Peiper began to lose his composure. It was strange to see him fighting on the front lines, as he did when, together with his men, he sought to halt the American Operation Cobra. Such a defeat destabilized the German leader, who suffered a distressing nervous breakdown that forced him to step away from command. Peiper's last appearances occurred in Hungary in early 1945, during Operation Southwind and Operation Spring Awakening. His aggressive style of attack caused numerous deaths for the opponent, but also for the German army. On May 8th, the High Command ordered the Leibstandarte formation to surrender to the Americans. Peiper chose to ignore the directives and attempted to flee to Germany in search of a new direction. On May 22nd, he was captured by the Allies, and after trials and interrogations, he was sent to the Freising prison in Upper Bavaria. In 1976, Peiper was murdered in his home by a group of anti-Nazis. A key figure in Peiper's achievements was undoubtedly his assistant, Werner Wolf. Their bond began during the Battle of Kursk, after Wolf, a member of the 2nd Battalion of the SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment, destroyed several tanks single-handedly and then refused to surrender to the Russian attack. In November 1943, he fought alongside the Leibstandarte and was shot in the thigh, which forced him to have his leg amputated. However, at the time of the intervention, Wolf pointed his pistol at the doctor and warned him that he was by no means willing to lose his leg. After a tense discussion that included Wolf firing shots into the floor, he managed to avoid the amputation of his limb. To the surprise of many, Wolf recovered from his wound and was able to return to the battlefield. During his years of military career, he received several accolades. In addition to being awarded the Knight's Cross, he was honored with the Wehrmacht Honor Roll, following his actions during the defense of Tilly in the Normandy campaign. On March 19, 1945, Wolf participated in a confrontation in the Lake Balaton offensive, and after receiving an unexpected impact, he lost his life at the age of 22. Another important figure associated with the Leibstandarte was Rudolf von Ribbentrop. At the start of World War II, at the age of 18, he enlisted as a private in the SS Deutschland Infantry Regiment and fought on the Western Front. In 1943, he was assigned to a panzer regiment of the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler Division, and his first mission took place during the Third Battle of Karkov. For his bravery and honor, he received the Knight's Cross. After the war ended, Ribbentrop spent more than 3 years in American, French, and British custody. After his charges were not proven, he was released. He quickly became a successful wine merchant. Ribbentrop died on May 20, 2019, at the age of 98. Lastly, we will review the life of a Leibstandarte icon, Michael Wittmann. In 1934, he enlisted in the German army, and after joining the SS, he was assigned to the Leibstandarte. One of his most important roles came on the Eastern Front during Operation Barbarossa in 1941. There, his mission was to command a Sturmgeschütz III assault gun and later a Tiger I tank. His tasks were outstanding, and he was appointed platoon leader in the Battle of Kursk. On his first day alone, he destroyed 8 tanks and 7 anti-tank guns. A few days later, things took a turn for the worse for Wittmann after his vehicle collided with a Soviet T-34. In 1943, his efficiency did not wane, and upon arriving in the city of Zhytomyr, he destroyed 10 T-34 tanks and 5 anti-tank guns. A year later, honors began pouring in for Wittmann. Not only did he receive the Knight's Cross, but also the oak leaves from none other than Adolf Hitler himself, which were awarded for his feat in which he destroyed nearly 120 tanks. In April 1944, along with the Tiger Company, they were sent to the SS Heavy Panzer Battalion 101, and then joined the ISS Panzer Corps, of which Wittmann was appointed commander of the 2nd Company. At that moment, he was promoted to the rank of SS Obersturmführer. In one of his early incursions that year, Wittmann devastated several British tanks on National Route 175 in France. Far from halting his advance, he destroyed a large number of tanks, carriers, and various combat vehicles. After becoming a hero, Nazi propaganda wasted no time in constructing an omnipotent image of Wittmann, aiming to idolize him in every German town. It was the commander himself who gave radio interviews exaggerating his exploits. Photos of false magnitude about the destruction of the French town of Villers-Bocage were also published. On August 8, 1944, Canadian forces initiated Operation Totalize. In one of the brutal attacks, they destroyed 4 tanks belonging to the Tiger Company. Wittmann was in one of them. The projectile pierced the tank's hull and ignited the ammunition. The fire was so intense that it engulfed the tank and blew off the turret. In that attack, Michael Wittmann lost his life. This was the story of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, a formation of soldiers who strictly followed the orders of the Führer and protected his back until the day of their death.
When Adolf Hitler assumed the chancellorship on January 30, 1933, and declared himself Führer of the Third Reich, he ordered the Reichsführer of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, to create a kind of Praetorian Guard to serve as his personal escort and protection. Tasked with this duty was Gruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, who selected 120 volunteers from the Stosstrup Adolf Hitler, who underwent special military training before being grouped into the SS Stabswache. Sepp Dietrich was a former member of a right-wing radical organization called Stahlhelm. After his time in the SA and his service in Munich, Dietrich resigned from the SA and joined the National Socialist Party in 1923, which was banned in Germany following the failed attempt to seize control of the Bavarian government, known as the Putsch. For the next 3 years, Dietrich was essentially unemployed, taking on occasional odd jobs in Munich. In 1928, as the National Socialist Party regrouped and regained power in Germany, Dietrich rejoined and was assigned to the burgeoning SS. He joined the SS on August 1, 1928, and was appointed as SS Führer at the party's national headquarters in Munich. The Stabswache stationed its personnel at the Alexander Barracks on Friedrichstrasse Street in Berlin, very close to the Reich Chancellery, where from May 1933 onwards, it expanded its staff with 3 new companies grouped into the Sonderkommando Zossen. These units, which had been previously trained by gendarmerie commissioners and officers of the Weimar Republic Army, were tasked with thwarting anti-terrorist missions and dispersing potential demonstrations by left-wing revolutionary groups. Thanks to numerous enrollment requests, in June 1933, 3 new companies were recruited and integrated into the Sonderkommando Jüterbog, which was later merged into the Sonderkommando Zossen in September during a celebration of the National Socialist German Workers' Party Congress that culminated in the creation of the Adolf Hitler Standarte. This new guard was presented to the public on November 9, 1933, in a ceremony in front of the Feldherrnhalle Temple in Munich, where they pledged allegiance to the Führer. "I swear to you, Adolf Hitler, Führer and Chancellor of the Reich, fidelity and valor. I promise obedience to you and to the superiors designated by you. May God help me." This division was definitively renamed the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler. By late 1933, the Leibstandarte was stationed at the Berlin-Lichterfelder Barracks with a personnel of 986 German and Austrian soldiers, which was expanded in 1935 to a total of 2,551 troops. Among their duties was to protect the Reich Chancellery through mobile or fixed patrols on 24-hour shifts, as well as escorting the Führer to rallies and public meetings. At the same time, they also performed some secondary tasks, such as guarding the Gestapo headquarters, and some members were chosen as Hitler's aides in roles such as servants, chauffeurs, or waiters. While the Leibstandarte was being established in Berlin, other similar units were simultaneously proliferating in Germany independently of the Allgemeine SS. Dubbed the Verfügungstruppe, these shock forces were made up of political paramilitary troops who underwent strict training focused exclusively on sports and athleticism. In June 1934, during the infamous Night of the Long Knives, the Leibstandarte carried out the task of eliminating unwanted members, such as Ernst Röhm, who had fallen out of favor with Hitler due to his open hostility towards him, causing conflicts with the Reichswehr. Sepp Dietrich and Theodor Eicke were the executioners of Röhm. Other SA members and SS subversives were also eliminated. As a result of the services rendered on that day, Hitler promoted Sepp Dietrich to SS Obergruppenführer, and the division Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler commanded by him received special treatment, rising to the elite division of the SS. By 1935, the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler had around 2,660 members. Combat training became extremely rigorous and the selection process even stricter. This fundamentally differentiated it from the Wehrmacht. Additionally, Himmler sought to separate and give autonomy to the SS from the Wehrmacht, which did not view the formation of parallel combat troops favorably. On the other hand, Josef Dietrich, in addition to Hitler, managed to obtain the necessary autonomy from the SS organization, bypassing Himmler himself. The Leibstandarte was funded directly with state funds rather than party funds. Unlike the rest of the SS, it was provided with the best instructors, firearms, artillery, and training. Dietrich, in his effort to make this special unit autonomous, generated rivalries with other SS divisions. However, the conflicts did not split the Leibstandarte from the rest of the organization. What prevented complete independence was logistical provision. The SS depended logistically on the Wehrmacht. To avoid conflicts with the Wehrmacht, Hitler placed them under the administration of the same army as support divisions. However, he also desired complete autonomy for his elite troops. For training and indoctrination, a war academy was established in Bad Tölz, thanks to the initiatives of Paul Hauser. The official headquarters of the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler was installed in Lichterfelde near Berlin. Despite Dietrich's opposition, Hauser acted as a liaison between the SS and the Wehrmacht, partly cushioning the obstacles. In the following years, Hauser served as inspector of schools and the newly created Waffen SS. He soon became known to his students and comrades in arms as a brilliant leader, friendly, fair, well-disposed to all but also energetic, earning the title Papa Hauser, a name he would keep until his death. In the selection of individuals for the Leibstandarte, certain requirements had to be met. These requirements, set by Himmler, included having an Aryan certificate duly signed by Himmler himself, minimum height of 1.78 meters. If 2 centimeters shorter, they could access the Totenkopfverbände, an SS subunit, superior physical and intellectual abilities, physical appearance in accordance with the standards of Walter Darre. In general, the Leibstandarte SS soldier was considered superior to the Wehrmacht soldier in both physical aptitude and military capability. Every recruit remained in the novice state until they passed ideological indoctrination, infantry and armored courses, all held in SS schools. Exercises often involved live fire, and a soldier had to be capable of placing a magnetic mine on a passing tank. Many of the instructional tactics were devised by Reinhard Heydrich. The instruction overall was as rigorous as that of the renowned British commandos. Fundamentally, this policy to form super soldiers was supported by the initial mockery from the SA under Röhm towards the SS, branding them as worthless soldiers of the asphalt. In Bad Tölz, the academy boasted a football field, boxing halls, comprehensive gyms, pools. Nearly all instructors were Olympic champions in their respective fields. The course was supplemented with mountain training, assaults on hostile beaches, neutralization of booby traps, and conducting raids as commandos in enemy territory. Hauser's idea was to create a super soldier athlete capable of rapid assaults on enemy positions, handling dangerous situations, assuming leadership in combat, and proposing initiatives to superiors. On the ideological front, aspirants were deeply indoctrinated in their hatred towards Jews and communism. This was crucial as they would carry out repressive tasks against populations declared enemies of the Reich. The aspirant or novice could freely resign if they couldn't endure the training. After taking the oath, the bond was unbreakable until death. In fact, during training, psychological pressure was applied to encourage novices to quit the SS. Thus, those who couldn't withstand the psychological pressure or physical training were filtered out. The end product was proven loyal super soldiers. This technique is still used in the training of commandos and special forces in the United States. As the war approached, Heinrich Himmler requested the formation of several combat units from the SS Standarten, subject to SS disciplinary frameworks and outside the jurisdiction of the Wehrmacht, so that the forces of the Waffen SS were solely accountable to Hitler and tacitly directed by Himmler, ensuring they were equipped with the best quality training, supplies and ammunition, superior even to those of the Wehrmacht. Recruitment would also be rigorous and selective, demanding outstanding physical and mental skills, as well as an impeccable Aryan origin from aspirants. At the beginning, the Waffen SS units were equipped with second-hand weapons, and the material and equipment of many units originated from Czechoslovakia and Austria. This policy continued throughout the war, except for a select group of divisions formed with personnel of German origin, which were provided with the best equipment. Most of the high-quality material and equipment were also allocated to equip other elite divisions of the Wehrmacht, such as the Panzergrenadier Division Großdeutschland, the 130 Panzer Lehr Division, and the Hermann Göring Division of the Luftwaffe. The three resulting units, Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, SS Verfügungstruppe, SS Totenkopfverbände, were properly armed and participated in the invasion of Poland. The performance of the Waffen SS was mediocre during these campaigns. The initial poor performance of the Waffen SS units was mainly due to Himmler's emphasis on political indoctrination and blind adherence to National Socialism rather than purely military instruction before the war. This was largely due to the shortage of experienced instructors who preferred to remain with the regular army, which was considered more technical than ideologically charged combat units like the Waffen SS. The experience gained in the campaigns in Poland, France, and the Balkans, and the unique training methods, soon transformed the Waffen SS into genuine elite units. Conceived as a Nordic army, according to its theorists, the Reichsführer of the SS, Heinrich Himmler, decided to implement his idea between late 1940 and early 1941. Thus, the project of the Nordic Legions was born, composed of foreign volunteers of Nordic or Scandinavian descent from occupied Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, and the Flemish part of Belgium, as well as from neutral Switzerland and Sweden, or the co-belligerent Finland. Among the most famous units were the Norwegian Legion Norvegen, composed of Norwegian volunteers, the Danish Corps Freikorps Danmark by Danes, the Dutch Legion Nederlander by Dutch, the Flemish Legion Flandern by Flemish Belgians, and the 3rd Swedish SS Grenadier Company by Swedes, which eventually merged into the 11th SS Grenadier Division Nordland. Simultaneously, new mixed formations of Germans with Nordics and Scandinavians were created, such as the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking, under the command of General Felix Steiner, or the 6th SS Mountain Division Nord, which included some Finnish skiers. However, the organization of exclusively German forces also continued, such as the expansion of the SS Division Verfügung into the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich, led by General Paul Hauser. If the Second World War had ended between 1940 and 1941, as expected by the highest echelons of the Third Reich, the Waffen SS would have been a purely Aryan and Nordic army, as initially envisioned by its proponents. However, factors such as the prolonged duration of the conflict, its extension beyond Northern Europe to other theaters, and above all, maintaining alliances with vastly different countries that racially bore no resemblance to Germany, undermined the National Socialist propaganda of justifying the war as a defense of German blood purity. In fact, this unexpected geopolitical turn of diplomatic and strategic situations forced the Third Reich to adapt its principles within a gradually globalizing world, and consequently led the Waffen SS to outwardly set aside National Socialist doctrine and begin to include the much more appealing fascist doctrine. As a result, the Waffen SS ceased to be an army composed of Nordic legions and became an army of foreign legions, regardless of race, ethnicity, nationality, or religion. When the Axis initiated the invasion of the Soviet Union in Operation Barbarossa on June 22, 1941, The Waffen SS for the first time would have a significant participation with numerous troops. According to their assigned zones, the deployment was as follows. The Northern Army Group included the 3rd Division Totenkopf and the 4th Division Polizei. The Central Army Group had the 2nd Division Das Reich. The Southern Army Group had the Panzer Divisions Leibstandarte and Viking, and the Finnish Army Group had the 6th Mountain Division Nord. Operationally, the performance of the Waffen SS in the Soviet Union campaign was highly positive in all aspects. The 2nd Panzer Division Das Reich contributed to the destruction of the Minsk pocket and the subsequent capture of the Belarusian capital, while the 3rd Panzer Division Totenkopf was crucial in the occupation of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, just as the 4th Division Polizei played a significant role in besieging Leningrad. However, the greatest success came in Ukraine with the 1st and 5th SS Panzer Divisions Leibstandarte and Viking, after capturing 500,000 Soviet soldiers in the Kiev pocket, which constituted the largest victory in military history to date. With the conflict becoming global after Japan's attack on the United States at Pearl Harbor at the end of 1941, the Waffen SS greatly expanded its forces to 200,000 men in anticipation of what was expected to be a resource-consuming struggle. This led to the creation of new German and Volksdeutsches formations from the Carpathians, such as the 8th SS Cavalry Division Florian Geyer, which fought in the Battle of Rzhev, or the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen, which acted as a garrison force on the coast of France. On several occasions, the Waffen SS were criticized by the regular army due to their indifference to combat casualties. However, the Waffen SS divisions proved to be exceptional and disciplined units, especially during Operation Barbarossa, demonstrating great efficiency in combat. The rigorous training and excellent supply of weapons and ammunition made the Waffen SS units highly prestigious in military terms, coupled with absolute and fanatical obedience to Hitler. The combination of these traits made the Waffen SS the Führer's preferred military units. The Waffen SS truly demonstrated their valor during the Third Battle of Kharkov, where the 2nd SS Panzer Corps under the command of Brigadeführer Paul Hauser recaptured the city and halted the Soviet offensive, saving the forces of Erich von Manstein's army group, following the Axis defeat in the Battle of Stalingrad in February 1943, which shifted the course of World War II in favor of the Allies. The Waffen SS grouped the Leibstandarte, das Reich, Totenkopf and Viking divisions into the SS Panzer Corps, equipping them with new Panther and Tiger tank models. This consolidation of forces led the Waffen SS to reconquer the city of Kharkov, dealing a significant blow to the Red Army, and subsequently to Operation Citadel, which continued with the Battle of Kursk, where the SS Panzer Corps destroyed over 300 Soviet tanks in a single day at the Battle of Prokhorovka. In this SS Panzer Corps were practically the best soldiers and commanders of the entire German army. At the forefront was the Leibstandarte, led by Sturmbannführer Teddy Wisch. One of the finest soldiers in this division was Werner Wolf. Wolf was awarded the Knight's Cross on August 7, 1943, while serving as an aide to Joachim Peiper in the 2nd SS Panzergrenadier Battalion. Peiper recommended Wolf for his actions after taking command of the 13th Battalion. Following the injuries suffered by his commander during the Battle of Kursk in early July, Wolf halted the attack of a Russian tank. Wolf destroyed a lone tank and refused to surrender on the battlefield in the face of the Russian assault. In November 1943, Wolf was shot in the thigh and had to have his leg amputated. However, when the medical order came to operate on him, Wolf showed his pistol and warned the doctor that he was not willing to lose a leg, even firing a shot into the ground as a warning. Wolf then made a full recovery. At that time, Joachim Peiper held the rank of Obersturmbannführer. On March 12, 1943, was one of the key days for Peiper. In the midst of the Third Battle of Kharkov and disobeying orders from higher command, Peiper conducted one of his characteristic attacks, bypassing several towns and after a flanking march to the east of Kharkov, seized the northern river crossings at the Lopan River, preventing Soviet reinforcements from reaching Kiev. This blow would be the key to Peiper's entry into Kharkov, later earning him the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Another distinguished soldier of the Leibstandarte at Kursk was Panzer Ace Michael Wittmann. Wittmann was part of the southern wing that moved out from Bykovka and attacked Streletskoye. His first victim was an anti-tank gun that he obliterated, followed by an OT-34 flamethrower tank engulfed in a fireball, and finally, a second piece he crushed with his tank's tracks before popping out of the hatch to gun down several infantrymen with his MP-40 submachine gun. In just the first day of Kursk, he eliminated 8 tanks and 7 guns, while during the second day on July 6th, he neutralized an artillery battery after emerging from a forest near Lutsk and destroyed a KV-1 tank. Similar successes were repeated on July 7th near Tetrovino, with 7 more tanks pulverized and 19 guns. However, his greatest test came during the Battle of Prokhorovka, when a Soviet armored corps charged his unit, trying to close the distance to penetrate the Tiger tank's armor more easily. Wittmann responded by blowing up one T-34 after another in the midst of a true hunt. By the end of the Battle of Kursk in mid-July, the daring Bavarian tanker had racked up 30 destroyed tanks and 36 artillery pieces. In the 2nd Panzer Division Das Reich, Sturmbannführer Christian Teixen stood out. He was one of the most respected combat commanders of Das Reich and was legendary for his bravery in battle. Das Reich Division had a fearsome combat reputation, participating in nearly all major engagements of World War II. It performed exceptionally well under some of the most capable and energetic commanders of the Waffen SS. The tanks of the Panzergrenadier Division Das Reich played a key role in the Kharkov campaign in early 1943. The division eliminated a total of 292 Soviet tanks and SU vehicles in the Kharkov-Belgorod campaign, while losing 77 tanks and assault guns. Sturmbannführer Christian Teixen's command tank was a Panzer II. He was an inspirational leader who preferred to command his units from the front line amidst the action, adapting powerful and fierce tactics quickly. Christian Teixen was awarded the Knight's Cross on March 31, 1943, for his outstanding leadership of the 2nd Battalion of Das Reich during the intense battles of Kharkov. He became the commander of the 2nd Regiment of Das Reich in November 1943. Most of the Flemish volunteers in Das Reich Division were concentrated in this regiment. In his division was also the brutal Freiherr von Reitzenstein. During this time, Obersturmbannführer von Reitzenstein distinguished himself particularly in the area north of Belgorod on July 8, 1943. On this day, Obersturmbannführer von Reitzenstein commanded the armored group of the division, and his mission was to separate from the bulk of his division, oriented towards the east, and attack towards the Selle River, along with the armored group of the Panzergrenadier Leibstandarte. The objective of this movement was to facilitate the advance of the units in the neighboring corps. Although the armored group could not gather all its forces in time due to the intense defensive combats that were occurring that same day, Obersturmbannführer von Reitzenstein decided to proceed anyway with the troops available at hand, to leave enough troops for the defensive battle, while carrying out his original mission of striking the overwhelming enemy armored forces that had just arrived in front of the neighboring corps. This independent decision led to total success despite the persistent threat on the flanks. After hard fighting, a total of 53 enemy tanks were destroyed and 10 kilometers of terrain were taken. The outstanding personal actions of the regimental commander ensured the success of this extremely difficult operation. A notable relief was subsequently felt on the right wing of the neighboring left corps. A possible expansion of this success and a joint operation with the armored group of the Leibstandarte, which was advancing from south to north 10 kilometers further to the west, was cancelled, as the group was called back to the main area of the division to assist in its precarious defensive battle. Unfortunately, the landing of Anglo-American troops in Sicily during Operation Husky necessitated the intervention of the Waffen SS in Italy. This included actions such as the Leibstandarte disarming units of the Italian army that had just switched sides to the Allies, or the newly formed 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Reichsführer, which covered the retreat of German troops from Sardinia, Corsica, and southern Italy in the fall of 1943. Simultaneously, in the Soviet Union, the SS Panzer Corps and the new 12th SS Panzer Division, Hitlerjugend, composed of teenagers from the Hitler Youth, continued to fight. They first engaged in combat at the Kuban River bridgehead, then in the Donets Basin, and later on the banks of the Dnieper River, inflicting significant losses on the Russians, as seen in the Battle of Zhytomyr. By early 1944, the situation was extremely delicate for the Axis, and thus the Waffen SS had to maximize their performance. One of the prime examples was the Battle of the Corsun-Cherkassy pocket, where the Das Reich and Viking divisions were rescued from the encirclement by the Red Army, thanks ultimately to the intervention of the Belgian SS Panzer Grenadier Division under the command of General Léon de Grelle. De Grelle, who survived over 50 close combat engagements, was decorated with the Iron Cross for his actions. Simultaneously, in the Battle of Narva in the Baltic states, SS units such as Nordland, the Latvian SS Grenadier Divisions, and the Estonian Grenadier Division heroically resisted Soviet assaults, inflicting over 500,000 casualties on the enemy at the cost of very few of their own. This prevented the collapse of Army Group North and facilitated the withdrawal to the Courland Peninsula along the Baltic Sea. Only in the Arctic, specifically in Lapland, did the 6th SS Mountain Division Nord and the SS Ski Battalion Norwegian encounter some difficulties in maintaining the front line in Finland. Meanwhile, in Italy, the 16th SS Panzer Grenadier Division Reichsführer and the 29th Italian SS Grenadier Division repelled Anglo-American forces in the Battle of Anzio. Following the shortage of men after the defeat at Stalingrad, General Gottlob Berger, a prominent figure in the Waffen SS who had previously been involved in recruiting foreigners, proposed as an urgent measure the incorporation of members of the Hitler Youth born in 1926, who at that time would be between 16 and 17 years old. Adolf Hitler was captivated by the proposal, and on February 10, 1943, he approved the conscription of 30,000 underage individuals. Coincidentally, in early June 1944, the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend was transferred to the Belgian city of Hasselt instead of being sent to the Eastern Front as planned. Shortly afterward, it crossed the border into France to station its various units, consisting of 20,540 personnel, 229 tanks, 658 armoured vehicles, and 2,000 vehicles along the northern towns of Bernay, Évreux, Chambord, and Trun. This undoubtedly facilitated matters when the Normandy landings occurred on June 6th, because at 14:30 on D-Day, the entire 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend was mobilized towards Caen, a city close to the Juno and Sword beaches where British and Canadian forces had landed. The journey of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend to the beaches of Normandy was difficult due to Allied aviation, which caused some casualties among vehicles, although the 12 and Anti-Aircraft Artillery Battalion also retaliated by shooting down some aircraft. Traffic jams on the roads didn't help either, so the vanguards of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend did not reach Normandy until nightfall, after establishing themselves in the town of Christaux, 10 kilometers from Caen. At 10 o'clock hours on June 7th, the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend deployed between Christaux and Caen with 50 Panzer IV and Panther tanks, establishing its headquarters atop the tower of Ardennes Abbey. Unexpectedly, these forces launched a surprise attack on the Canadian 27th Armoured Regiment, expelling them from their positions in the area after reconquering the German soldiers at Auty, Franqueville, and Puteaux-en-Bessin, before being halted near Buron by enemy anti-tank guns. During this assault, the Canadians lost 28 tanks, while the Germans lost only 5 Panzer IVs. One of the greatest feats of the 12th SS Panzer Division Hitler Jugend during the Battle of Caen was the heroic action of 24-year-old volunteer Émile Dürr on June 26, 1944, in the town of Saint-Monvieux. It all happened when a Churchill Crocodile flamethrower tank threatened his position, prompting Dürr instinctively to grab a Panzerfaust and fire a projectile that bounced off its structure just before a bullet struck him in the chest. Enduring the pain, he returned to his lines, grabbed another Panzerfaust and fired at the tank, immobilizing it by destroying its tracks, although a burst of machine gun fire wounded him for the second time. Nearly bleeding out, Dürr grabbed a magnetic mine, placed the charge on the tank, and left unfortunately. The device detached at the last moment and fell to the ground. However, Dürr did not falter. He returned to the tank, placed the mine again on the armoured vehicle, and left, being wounded in the legs for the third time. Fortunately, this time the charge exploded, destroying the Churchill Crocodile tank. Later that day, Emil Dürr would bleed to death from his wounds, earning him posthumously the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. As the Red Army unleashed the massive Operation Bagration against Belarus in June 1944, the Waffen SS suffered significant losses in personnel during the retreat towards Poland. On the Western Front, things were not any better for the Waffen SS. After the Allied landing in Provence during Operation Dragoon, they withdrew to Alsace and Lorraine, suffering heavy casualties. Fortunately, things changed in the autumn of 1944 during Operation Market Garden in the Netherlands. The SS Panzer Divisions Hohenstaufen and Frundsberg ambushed and completely annihilated British, American and Polish airborne troops at the drop zones of Arnhem, Nijmegen and Eindhoven. However, the most spectacular action took place during the Battle of the Bulge between late 1944 and early 1945, when the main SS panzer divisions broke through the forests of Belgium and Luxembourg, temporarily breaching the enemy's front lines with the new King Tiger tanks leading the way. They took over 13,000 American prisoners and destroyed hundreds of enemy tanks while advancing 100 kilometers towards Le Gleis, as did the Kampfgruppe SS Peiper, led by Commander Joachim Peiper, who would be decorated for his incredible feat. Surprisingly, after the failure in Hungary, Hitler harshly censured the Waffen SS, threatening to dissolve them and merge them into other units, while also ordering the withdrawal of honorary titles. This order displeased and was not obeyed by the commander of the 6th SS Panzer Army, Oberstgruppenführer Josef Sepp Dietrich, who criticized Hitler's insistence on sending the already diminished Waffen SS into almost suicidal operations. During the final months of the war, Hitler continued to criticize the Waffen SS, now composed of numerous improvised recruits after losing most of its best troops. The atrocities committed by the Waffen SS on the Eastern Front fueled a fierce spirit of revenge among Soviet forces, leading the SS division leaders to order their men to flee westward as soon as possible. In May 1945, the survivors who managed to escape surrendered almost entirely to American forces. As the Waffen SS were frontline combat units, several of their divisions were considered elite. These divisions were characterized by extremely high morale and excellent combat ability, as well as being politicized in their mission of a crusade against Bolshevism and the defense of Europe. They were also frequently provided with the best available equipment. Towards the end of the war, the SS had their own scientific laboratories and military technology development factories, controlling the production of secret weapons. The fate of Waffen SS fighters at the end of the Second World War in 1945 was tragic. All those volunteers who were captured by the Red Army, such as White Russians, Latvians, Hungarians, Romanians, Finns and others, were either immediately killed or deported to the Siberian gulags. Meanwhile, citizens with Soviet nationality who were captured by the Allies, such as Cossacks, Georgians, Armenians, Azerbaijanis, North Caucasians, Turkestanis or Tatars, were forcibly extradited to the Soviet Union in the so-called Operation Keelhaul, which had been previously agreed upon at the Yalta Conference. As a result, they suffered the same fate. Similar fates awaited volunteers in the Balkans, including Croats, Bosnians, Albanians and Serbs, who were brutally executed by the Yugoslavs in the Bleiburg massacre. Simultaneously, in Western Europe, a psychosis emerged among the new authorities and partisan groups, who tortured and murdered hundreds of French, Italian and Belgian volunteers, as well as a smaller number of Dutch, Norwegian, Danish, Luxembourgish and British individuals. Estonians who surrendered to the Czech resistance in Prague were burned alive in human pyres, while Arabs and Africans who surrendered to French colonial troops were shot on the spot, and Indians captured by the British were inhumanely crammed into cargo ship cages and transported to India to be imprisoned in the Red Fort of Delhi. Regarding the volunteers who were not killed or lynched, they endured long prison sentences in jails and concentration camps, forced labor, or the deprivation of civil rights. Only Germans, Ukrainians, Belarusians, and Swedes were spared from prosecution. Germans were recognized as a regular army. Ukrainians were protected by Vatican interventions. Belarusians were granted amnesty in exchange for serving in the French Foreign Legion, and Swedes were welcomed back to their homeland as heroes due to Sweden's neutral stance. Until the late 20th century, the Waffen SS remained relatively overlooked in historiography, largely due to the recentness of World War II and the abundance of yet-to-be-documented information. However, as the end of the Cold War approached in 1991 and subsequently entered the 21st century, the Waffen SS assumed fundamental importance in the study of the last global conflict. This was because they constituted the first multinational army, bringing together volunteers from all 5 continents, from countries on both sides of the conflict, from colonies, neutral nations, and more, under a common institution. This unique phenomenon not only became a reality, which was already challenging in itself, but also gained popularity because the multicultural quality of its fighters was superior to that of other combatants, both allies and enemies. They engaged in spectacular and sometimes seemingly impossible military exploits. In light of these facts, the existence of the Waffen SS became indispensable for understanding the conflict between 1939 and 1945, marking one of the most intriguing episodes in universal history. Fame and infamy surround the 2nd Panzer Division. Das Reich in equal measure considered the most decorated of the German armed units in World War II. Along with the 1st Panzer Division Leibstandarte, the 12th Hitlerjugend, and the Totenkopf, it was part of the elite force of highly trained and motivated soldiers within the Waffen SS. Unlike some SS units formed in later stages, its members were always of German origin. In exceptional cases, the inclusion of soldiers from territories under German control, such as Czechoslovakia, was permitted, though this became more common in the final phases of the conflict. Although the Panzer SS were armored units, it is crucial to point out that a large portion of their personnel belonged to the motorized infantry. For much of its history, it was not an armored division, but rather a motorized infantry or Panzer Grenadier unit. Therefore, in what follows, more emphasis will be given to infantry soldiers than to armored vehicle crews. To understand the development of this division, it is essential to go back to its origins. In October of 1933, 9 months after Hitler took office as Chancellor, a group of 35 men from each of the Standarten of the Allgemeine SS was selected to form the 1st Battalion of a new SS regiment. These men were assigned to the Munich Regiment within the Bavarian State Police and, after a rigorous selection process, began their training as officers at the SS Academy in Bad Tölz. Along with a group of non-commissioned officers, these soldiers formed the core upon which the Waffen SS and the Das Reich Division would be forged. The brutal elimination of the SA during the Night of the Long Knives left the SS without internal opposition, allowing its rapid expansion in the second half of the 1930s. The units within the Munich police grew until they transformed into the Politische Bereitschaft München, which by 1934 already had 3 infantry companies, 1 machine gun company, and another for infantry cannons. From this unit, the Deutschland Regiment would emerge, one of the main formations that would later give rise to the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich. Under Himmler's orders at the end of 1934, the Politische Bereitschaften were reorganized into 3 Standarten within the Verfügungstruppe: Adolf Hitler, Deutschland, and Germania. This restructuring was aimed not only at improving administration, but also at preparing the SS to carry out Hitler's future plans. From the early days of the Third Reich, both Hitler and the Reichsführer SS Himmler expressed their desire to transform the SS into a paramilitary force of police soldiers, capable of assuming internal security functions instead of the traditional police. Hitler insisted that the organization had to project authority over the population and that this could only be legitimized through combat experience. Thus was born the SS Verfügungstruppe, SSVT, the precursor to the future Waffen SS. One of the clearest signs of the military role that Hitler and Himmler envisioned for the SSVT was the introduction of grey service uniforms in 1935. Officially, its mission was to protect the Nazi revolution, but privately, Hitler admitted that the SSVT would integrate into the army in the event of war. By the time the conflict broke out, the formation had already received training for a role completely different from the one initially intended. Glaube, Gehorche, Kämpfe. This motto, taken from the Italian fascist slogan Credere, Obbedire, Combattere, became the SS creed. It reflected the spirit of the organization, attracting thousands of applicants eager to join the party's elite, motivated by radical rhetoric, the prestige of wearing the uniform, and the supposed openness to Germans of any social class. However, only a small fraction of applicants were accepted. Access to the SS Verfügungstruppe was not easy. Recruits had to pass a rigorous selection process that included detailed medical examinations and physical tests. Additionally, measurements of so-called racial traits were taken, such as skull shape, nose, eyes, and their spacing. Their family lineage was also thoroughly investigated. In 1931, Himmler, obsessed with racial purity, imposed a rule that each SS member had to prove Aryan ancestry dating back at least to 1750, with no Jewish, Slavic, or other so-called undesirable backgrounds. Even if they wished to marry, their future wives had to undergo strict medical and psychological evaluations conducted by SS doctors. Paradoxically, although the physical requirements to enter the SSVT were stricter than those of the regular army, intellectual standards were lower. This contrasted with other branches of the SS, which attracted a significant number of middle-class German professionals. The feat of Klingenberg, the conquest of Belgrade by Das Reich. In April of 1941, the 2nd SS Panzer Division Das Reich was in the midst of the Balkans campaign, the Wehrmacht's Blitzkrieg offensive against Yugoslavia and Greece. On the afternoon of April 12th, one of Das Reich's most famous actions began, the one that would turn Hauptsturmführer Klingenberg, commander of the motorcycle assault company, into a national hero. During the morning, Klingenberg and his unit approached Belgrade from Pančevo, advancing along the Danube. Determined to enter the city, he encountered an unexpected obstacle. The swollen river and the absence of usable bridges prevented a direct attack. Additionally, his company lacked the equipment to build an improvised crossing. Faced with the impossibility of crossing the Danube due to the destroyed bridges, Hauptsturmführer Fritz Klingenberg devised an unexpected solution. He found an abandoned boat on the northern bank of the river and without hesitation took it to cross with a small group consisting of 1 officer, 2 sergeants, and 5 soldiers. Upon reaching the other shore, Klingenberg sent 2 men back to request reinforcements while advancing toward the center of Belgrade with the remaining 6. Along the way, his small group encountered about 20 Yugoslav soldiers. Without firing a single shot, they managed to make them surrender and took them as prisoners. Shortly after, a Yugoslav military convoy appeared on the road. After a brief skirmish, the Germans managed to capture the vehicles, allowing them to move quickly toward the Ministry of War. However, upon arrival, they discovered that the building had been abandoned. With the city lacking military command, Klingenberg decided to head to the German embassy, which was still operational. At 1700 hours, he and his men raised a large swastika flag over the building, symbolically proclaiming the conquest of the capital. He then summoned the mayor of Belgrade and convinced him that he was leading a much larger force. He warned that if the city did not surrender, the Luftwaffe would launch a devastating bombing campaign. Faced with this threat, the mayor chose to hand over the capital to Klingenberg and a representative of the German Ministry of Foreign Affairs, who had been a prisoner of the Yugoslavs. Paradoxically, it was not until the next day that German forces arrived in significant numbers to actually occupy the city. However, Klingenberg's bold action earned him the Knight's Cross and recognition as the man who captured Belgrade. After the collapse of its border defenses and the surrender of Belgrade, the Yugoslav High Command attempted to reorganize its forces in the Serbian interior. Their goal was to establish a final line of resistance in the mountainous region and prolong the fight for as long as possible. Aware of these plans, General Weichs, commander of the German Second Army, ordered a relentless pursuit of the retreating enemy troops moving toward Sarajevo. Speed was a crucial factor, as the German High Command intended to withdraw and redeploy armored and motorized divisions as soon as possible. These units needed to be refitted for an even more ambitious operation, the imminent invasion of the Soviet Union. Forging the myth, badges, uniforms, and symbols of the Das Reich. The distinctive symbol of the Das Reich, present on its banners, vehicles, and some personal insignias, was inspired by the Wolfshaken or Wolfangle, an ancient Norse rune believed to have the power to ward off wolves. In the 15th century, peasants adopted it as an emblem of their struggle against mercenaries in the service of German princes, turning it into a symbol of independence and resistance. During the 30 Years' War, this same insignia became known as Zeichen der Willkür, or symbol of excessive tyranny, and over time it was integrated into heraldry as a representation of a wolf trap. Today it still appears on the coat of arms of the city of Wolfstein. Members of the SS wore the national emblem, an eagle clutching a swastika. This badge was placed on the front top of officers' caps, above the cap band, or on the left side of soft caps. In some cases it also appeared on the upper left arm of the combat uniform and the service uniform. Another important emblem was the Totenkopf, or Death's Head, a symbol with roots in the Prussian and Imperial German armies. This emblem was used on the front of officers' caps, in the center of the band, or on the top of soft caps. The victory runes were another key insignia. They represented a double lightning bolt and were adapted as a symbol of the SS from an ancient Norse sign associated with Thor, the god of thunder. These runes were worn on the collar of the uniform, identifying members of the organization. The Waffen SS used a ranking system distinct from that of the regular army. However, with the introduction of camouflage uniforms, problems arose in identifying ranks on the battlefield. To solve this, in May 1940, a system of cloth stripes or braids was implemented to differentiate soldiers' ranks. While some uniforms included collar patches with rank insignias, many variants opted to place the badges on the left sleeve. The collar insignias of the Waffen SS followed the diamond-shaped design used in the Wehrmacht and were mandatory on all uniforms, except for camouflage jackets and optionally on long coats. Before the war, these collar patches indicated the rank, unit, and branch of service of the wearer. However, with the introduction of numbers, letters, and insignias on the shoulder straps, along with titles on the sleeves, the SS insignia system was redesigned. This change caused some confusion, leading to the issuance of an order on May 10, 1940, prohibiting the use of numbering on collar patches for security reasons. From then on, the SS runes, or the Totenkopf, became the standard emblems on Waffen SS uniforms. Ranks from Schütze to Obersturmbannführer wore the SS runes on the right side of the collar and the rank insignia on the left side. Meanwhile, higher-ranking officers, from Standartenführer to Oberstgruppenführer, had rank insignias on both sides of the collar. Some Waffen SS units, instead of using the SS runes, employed their own emblem on the right side of the collar, reflecting their unique identity within the organization. Until July 1935, members of the SS Verfügungstruppe used the traditional shoulder cords of the Allgemeine SS. However, in that year, military-style shoulder straps were adopted for the field grey uniform. Initially, these shoulder straps were made of grey cloth, but later they began to be manufactured in black cloth with rounded ends and a braid of white and black aluminum. In their early versions, they did not indicate the wearer's rank. From March 1938, non-commissioned officers began using aluminum braids and white metal stars on two models of shoulder straps. These were attached to the uniform by a loop at the shoulder seam and a button near the collar. The first model was made of black wool, had a rounded end, and featured a braided trim in black and aluminum. The second model, made of coarser cloth, had pointed ends and lacked trim. In December 1939, a new standard was established for Waffen SS shoulder straps, a rounded design in black cloth with the branch colors used by the army. This model remained in use until the end of the war. Officers wore shoulder straps corresponding to their rank, with metal stars and distinctive monograms. Non-commissioned officers had a braid trim and added stars according to their hierarchy. During World War II, at least 50 elite units of the German army and the Luftwaffe wore honor bands on their uniforms. These bands, known as cuff titles, identified select divisions and regiments. The design consisted of a woven black cloth strip, 28 mm wide and 490 mm long, which was placed on the left sleeve of the jacket or coat. Throughout the conflict, the style and typography of the Das Reich band underwent various modifications. Titles were awarded at both regimental and divisional levels, but their use was subject to strict criteria. Only those units that demonstrated exceptional performance could wear these distinctions. The Deutschland Regiment received its honorary title in 1935, followed by Germania in 1936 and Der Führer in 1938. The band with the inscription Das Reich was introduced in 1942, consolidating its identity within the Waffen SS. All Das Reich vehicles bore their characteristic emblem, the Wolfshaken or Wolfangle, along with tactical designations in some cases. The divisional symbol, sometimes framed in a shield, was usually small and painted in yellow or white on the hulls of armoured vehicles, typically near the driver's plate. Before the start of Operation Citadel, the Kursk offensive, the Das Reich adopted a temporary emblem to confuse Allied intelligence services. This symbol consisted of a horizontal bar with two vertical bars and appeared on their vehicles several months before and after the Kursk offensive. Armoured vehicles of the Das Reich also carried tactical markings, although these were often omitted on lighter vehicles such as armoured cars and half-tracks. Tactical numbers were usually painted in black with a white outline, although in some cases they appeared entirely in white or with only a light outline. Warriors of the Führer, the men of the Das Reich. Paul Hauser played a fundamental role in transforming the Waffen SS into a highly organized and effective combat force. It was he who, through his leadership and military experience, consolidated the professionalization of these troops, separating them from their political origins to turn them into armored and motorized divisions comparable to those of the Wehrmacht. His rise within the Nazi hierarchy was largely due to his tactical prowess on the battlefield. However, his relationship with Hitler was ambivalent. Although the Führer recognized his value as a commander, Hauser was not a blind follower of his orders, which led to friction at key moments during the war. An example of this was during the Battle of Kharkov in 1943, when he disobeyed an order to resist at all costs and ordered the withdrawal of his troops to avoid total encirclement. This decision saved much of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, though it delayed the awarding of a decoration that had already been approved. Himmler, on the other hand, saw Hauser as a key figure in consolidating the Waffen SS as an army parallel to the Wehrmacht. However, Hauser did not fully share Himmler's ideological obsession, instead holding a more pragmatic and professional view of his troops' role. This distanced him somewhat from the more fanatical circles of the SS, though he never ceased to be a loyal figure to the National Socialist regime. As the war progressed and the Reich's situation deteriorated, Hauser took on a more defensive role, leading German resistance in Normandy and facing defeat in the Battle of Falaise, where he was seriously wounded once again. Despite his efforts, the collapse of the Western Front was inevitable. In the final months of the conflict, Hauser was placed in command of Army Group Upper Rhine and later Army Group G, in a desperate attempt to halt the Allied advance. However, on May 8, 1945, with Germany's imminent surrender, he surrendered to American troops. At the Nuremberg trials, Hauser appeared as a defense witness. He was not accused of serious war crimes and was released after 2 years in a labor camp. After the war, he actively participated in the activities of the Mutual Aid Society of former members of the SS troops and authored numerous articles for its magazine, Call of the Viking. In 1953, he published the book Waffen SS in Action, which in 1966 he expanded and retitled Soldiers Like Any Others. The most prominent commander of the Das Reich after Paul Hauser was Wilhelm Bitrich, who even replaced him and assumed command of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. During the occupation of Poland, Bitrich served on the staff of the Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler unit under the orders of Sepp Dietrich. From February 1, 1940, he collaborated in regulating the uniforms of the Waffen SS, and on September 1, he was promoted to SS Oberführer. On December 1, he took command of the Deutschland Regiment of the Leibstandarte. Later, on October 19, 1941, he attained the rank of SS Brigadeführer and assumed command of the 2nd SS Division Das Reich, replacing Paul Hauser, who had been wounded. Shortly after, he received the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. On May 1, 1942, he was tasked with creating the SS Cavalry Division Florian Geyer. Then, in February 1943, he took command of the SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen incorporated into the 2nd Panzer Corps. When the Normandy landings occurred, the 2nd SS Panzer Corps was moved to the Western Front. Later, he assumed leadership of the 2nd Corps after Hauser was appointed commander of the 7th Army. During the retreat from France, he received the Oak Leaves for his Knight's Cross. At the beginning of September 1944, he was sent to Holland with the 2nd SS Panzer Corps to restructure his forces and resupply. 38 kilometers west of Oosterbeek, at the headquarters of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, located in a castle near Doetinchem, Bitrich reorganized his unit after the Normandy campaign. A former fervent National Socialist, Bitrich harshly criticized the order to send one of his exhausted divisions back to Germany. He expressed being tired of instructions from Berlin and the sycophants surrounding Hitler, devoted to all kinds of deceptions. Brave and experienced, he had spent most of his adult life in military uniform. During the Normandy campaign, his confidence in Hitler's leadership began to crumble. He aligned himself with Field Marshal Rommel in opposition to the absurd strategy of fighting to the last troop. On one occasion, he confessed to Rommel, "We are so poorly led from the top that I can no longer execute irrational orders. I was never a machine, nor do I intend to become one." After the assassination attempt on July 20th, upon learning of the hanging sentence of his former superior, General Erich Höppner, for his involvement in the conspiracy, Bitrich, outraged, declared before his staff that this is the darkest day for the German forces. His scathing criticisms of Hitler's high command soon reached Berlin. As he later recalled, "My comments reached the head of the SS, Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, and my name disappeared entirely from discussions at headquarters. Only the imminent crisis on the Western Front and the support of like-minded commanders prevented his dismissal. Even so, Himmler remained interested in having me return to Germany to exchange opinions." Bitrich held no illusions about that summons, nor did Model, who insisted on keeping him on the Western Front and rejected all of Himmler's requests to send him to German territory. With the outbreak of Operation Market Garden, the first German command to sound the alarm was General Wilhelm Bitrich, head of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. At 1:30 in the afternoon, he received an initial report through the Luftwaffe communications network indicating that airborne troops were landing near Arnhem. Shortly after, a second message confirmed that the landing zones included Arnhem and Nijmegen. He attempted to contact Field Marshal Model's headquarters, located at the Tafelberg in Oosterbeek, but received no response. He also failed to reach the commander of Arnhem or general student at his base in Wood. Although the situation was confusing, his initial hypothesis was that the objective of the assault was to halt the advance of the 15th Army under von Zangen, which had crossed the Scheldt estuary to enter Holland. "My first impression," he reflected, was that the airborne offensive aimed to contain von Zangen's troops and prevent their reunion with the rest of our units. If this was correct, the next step would be a British offensive across the Rhine into Germany. Considering that the key to the operation was the strategic bridges at Arnhem and Nijmegen, Bitrich reacted immediately and put the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen and the 10th SS Panzer Division Frundsberg on alert. Lieutenant Colonel Walter Harzer, commander of the Hohenstaufen Division, was attending a banquet following the awarding of a distinction to Captain Paul Gräbner, when during the meal he was interrupted by an urgent call from Bitrich. In a direct and concise manner, Bitrich explained the emergency and ordered him to conduct reconnaissance toward Arnhem and Nijmegen. The Hohenstaufen was to move without delay, establish control in Arnhem, and eliminate enemy forces deployed to the west near Oosterbeek. Bitrich emphasized to Harzer the importance of acting quickly. "It is essential to intervene immediately. Control of the Arnhem Bridge is a crucial point." At the same time, he instructed the Frundsberg, whose leader, General Hamel, was in Berlin, to advance toward Nijmegen with the mission to secure, hold, and defend the city's key structures. Without wasting time, Bitrich informed Model about the latest data gathered by the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. Although the Allied plans were still unclear, he presented his own conclusion. The objective of the offensive was to halt the 15th Army, while the British 2nd Army attempted to penetrate the Ruhr. To achieve this, the Allies needed to secure control of the strategic crossings at Arnhem and Nijmegen. Model disagreed with this interpretation. In his view, Arnhem was not the key point. He believed the airborne units would change course and head northeast toward the Ruhr. He considered the information insufficient to draw firm conclusions. He did not understand why paratroopers had landed in the Nijmegen region. However, he approved the measures Bitrich had already set in motion. Bitrich insisted on the importance of the bridges. "Field Marshal, I urgently request the immediate demolition of the crossings at Nijmegen and Arnhem," he stated firmly. Model looked at him incredulously. "They will not be destroyed," he replied categorically. "Regardless of what the British are planning, these structures can withstand an attack. The answer is no. Under no circumstances will they be blown up." When Himmler arrived, Bitrich immediately began explaining the situation. Visibly frustrated, he leaned over the unfolded maps. "The British have landed in this area, west of Arnhem," he pointed with his finger. "We do not yet know how numerous they are or what their plans are." As he left the command center, Himmler questioned Bitrich. "Why not destroy the crossing at Nijmegen before it's too late?" Bitrich's response was sarcastic. Model completely rejected that possibility. "Perhaps we will need it to launch a counter-offensive." Himmler looked at him, unable to hide his surprise. "With what forces?" he asked. Friday, September 23rd, the fall of the Witches' Cauldron in Oosterbeek. During the Battle of Arnhem, Commander Richard Stewart of the 1st Airborne Brigade was captured and taken to a German headquarters when it was discovered that he spoke fluent German. There he encountered General Wilhelm Bitrich, whom he described as a tall, slender man in his 50s, dressed in a long, dark leather coat and a military cap. Contrary to what might be expected, Bitrich did not interrogate Stewart. Instead, he asked him to speak with his commander and convince him to surrender to prevent his troops from being completely destroyed. However, Stewart politely refused. The general insisted, explaining that the fate of his comrades depended on his decision. But Stewart, firm in his stance, responded without hesitation, "I cannot do it." As a last resort, Bitrich asked him a direct question. "If you were in my place, what would you say?" After reflecting for a few seconds, the general shook his head and replied, "I would say no." Stewart held his gaze and reaffirmed his decision with the same words, "That is also my answer." Later, Bitrich admitted that he had never seen resistance as intense as that of the British in Arnhem and Oosterbeek, though he could not fully understand their determination. When the German troops returned to headquarters, they adopted a rigid posture and formally saluted Hitler. Shortly after, Bitrich entered the room, this time without his cap, wearing his characteristic black leather coat. He remained only briefly, according to the testimony of Wolters, another officer present at the scene. Observing the officers, Bitrich quietly expressed, "I deeply regret this war between our nations." Afterward, he listened attentively to the evacuation plan proposed by British Dr. Warwick, and after a brief silence, gave his approval for it to proceed. Later, he explained his decision with these words, "I approved the evacuation because a human being cannot lose their humanity entirely, not even in the midst of war, as long as they still retain that sense." Before leaving, Bitrich took a bottle of cognac and handed it to Warwick. "It is for your general," he said, and then left without adding another word. After the Battle of Arnhem, in December 1944, he participated in the Ardennes offensive, where his SS Corps came under the command of the 6th SS Army under Sepp Dietrich. Although the operation achieved some tactical advances and limited successes, the lack of reinforcements, fuel shortages, strong resistance from American troops, and the imminent Soviet offensive on the Eastern Front forced the OKW to move Bitrich to Hungary in February 1945. On April 2, he received direct orders to defend Vienna to the last man. However, he decided not to comply and withdrew along the Danube route. For him, the city was already doomed, and there was no point in sacrificing it in a hopeless struggle. His retreat prevented both the destruction of Vienna and the total encirclement of his forces, which managed to move westward. On May 8, 1945, he surrendered to American troops commanded by General Patton. According to historian Heinz Hohner, on the night of July 15, 1944, he had a conversation with Field Marshal Erwin Rommel about the plot against Hitler. During the meeting, he assured him, "If the time comes, both I and my Army Corps will be under your command, Field Marshal. My officers share my stance." Despite these statements, his name never appeared directly linked to the July 20th conspiracy, so he was not considered part of the insurgent group. In his memoirs, he claimed that the loss of the 6th Army at Stalingrad convinced him that defeat was inevitable. During the conflict, he earned the nickname the most biting man in Germany. Albert Speer, in his diary, mentioned that after Operation Market Garden, Bitrich launched a fierce criticism against the party, even more surprising coming from a high-ranking SS general. After the war, he remained imprisoned for nearly 3 years before being handed over to French authorities in 1953. He was tried for war crimes, accused of ordering the execution of 17 members of the resistance in Nimes, carried out by the Feldgendarmerie of the Hohenstaufen Division. During the trial, it was proven that Bitrich only learned of the incident after it had occurred, and that he took disciplinary action against those responsible. Despite this, he was sentenced to 5 years in prison as, according to military regulations, the commander of a unit had to answer for the actions of his subordinates. After his release, he remained connected until his death to the Waffen SS Veterans Association, proud of his role in World War II. He always maintained that the Waffen SS should not be confused with the SS, as they served different functions. In fact, Bitrich maintained conduct he considered honorable throughout his military career. His conviction sparked a wave of protests in Germany, something uncommon in cases of this nature. Beyond his reasons for joining the SS, Bitrich made decisions that many Wehrmacht officers did not dare to make, disobeying orders that would have resulted in countless deaths and devastation for the civilian population. A clear example was his refusal to fight to the last man in Vienna, thus preventing the city's destruction in a futile battle. 2 years before his death, he wrote a letter to the leadership of the Waffen SS Veterans Association, an organization he had once chaired. In it, he expressed a final wish: "I beg that no speeches be made at my funeral, nor any mention of awards or merits of the deceased. I would be deeply grateful. Only one love will accompany the former Waffen SS General Bitrich to the other world: his love for his homeland, Germany. Otto Kumm, the last general of the Waffen SS." At the end of 1943, Otto Kumm took command of the SS regiment Der Führer, one of the most important units of the SS division Das Reich. With Kumm's appointment as commander of the Der Führer regiment, his responsibility focused on leading operations both on the Eastern Front and in France, where the division was deployed in 1944 in anticipation of the Allied invasion. At the beginning of 1945, Kumm was transferred to the 1st SS Division Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, assuming its leadership on February 15, 1945, after the withdrawal of Wilhelm Mohnke, who was wounded in a bombing. Under his command, the division participated in the failed Spring Awakening offensive in Hungary, a desperate attempt to stop the Soviet advance in the Lake Balaton region. After the collapse of this offensive and the fall of Vienna in April 1945, Kumm led his division's retreat to Austria, where the troops finally surrendered to American forces on May 8, 1945, in the Steyr area. After the end of the conflict, Otto Kumm was briefly detained by Allied forces. He claimed to have been held in the Dachau internment camp and asserted that he avoided extradition to Yugoslavia by escaping from the facility. However, details about his time in captivity are scarce, and he was never formally charged with war crimes, unlike other Waffen SS officers. In 1950, Otto Kumm was one of the founders of the Hilfsgemeinschaft auf Gegenseitigkeit der ehemaligen Angehörigen der Waffen SS, AEAG, an organization created to represent the interests of former Waffen SS members. HEAG had two main objectives: to improve the social conditions of veterans and to clean the image of the Waffen SS, dissociating it from the crimes of the Nazi regime. Kumm was the first president of the association. Together with other former officers, such as Herbert Otto Gieler and Paul Hauser, Kumm sought to establish a national structure that defended the rights of both Waffen SS and Wehrmacht veterans. HEAG became one of the most controversial organizations of the post-war period, as it promoted the idea that the Waffen SS was an apolitical and honorable force, separate from Nazi ideology. After his time in Hague, Kumm dedicated himself to the business sector. He worked at the publishing house Burda Verlag, where he served as a typographer and technical director of the printing press in Offenburg until his retirement in 1975. In addition to his professional career, Kumm wrote several books about the SS division, Prinz Eugen, and the history of the Waffen SS. During the 1960s and 70s, he published works such as Vorwärts, Prinz Eugen, an exalting account of the division in which he had served. His books were published by Munin Verlag, a publishing house closely linked to HIAG, specializing in revisionist publications about World War II. Kumm's writings were characterized by minimizing or ignoring the atrocities committed by the Waffen SS. His view of the war reinforced the idea that these units were merely a combat force without ideological implications, something that has been widely refuted by historians. Otto Kumm's activities were harshly criticized by experts in Nazi history. According to researcher Carsten Wilke, Kumm was one of the key figures in spreading the myth of the apolitical Waffen SS, a narrative promoted by HIAG to rehabilitate the organization's image. His writings contributed to spreading a distorted version of history, in which the Waffen SS was presented as an elite unit with no connection to the crimes of the Third Reich. Additionally, Kumm was accused of attempting to deny the involvement of the Prinz Eugen division in massacres and atrocities in the Balkans. His memoirs omitted the role of this division in mass killings and reprisal operations against civilians in Yugoslavia, a fact widely documented in later investigations. In 1999, his name resurfaced in the public sphere when Adalbert Lallier, a former member of the Prinz Eugen division, testified in the trial against Julius Viel, an SS officer accused of executing Jewish prisoners. Although Kumm always defended camaraderie within the Waffen SS, he responded to Lallier with a letter stating, "Camaraderie ends where war crimes begin." This statement suggests that he had knowledge of the committed atrocities, although he never publicly acknowledged them. Throughout his life, Otto Kumm maintained his glorification of the Waffen SS, without expressing remorse for his role in one of the most criminal organizations of the Nazi regime. Otto Kumm passed away on March 23, 2004, in Offenburg, at the age of 93, being the last SS Brigade Führer and General of the Waffen SS, decorated with the Knight's Cross with oak leaves and swords. His legacy remains controversial, marked by his role in the Waffen SS, an organization declared criminal after the war, and his participation in the most brutal military campaigns of the conflict. Outstanding fighters of the Das Reich division, the Nazi elite. Another Austrian of the Waffen SS, Vincenz Kaiser, like Sylvester Stadler, was born in the Styria region of Austria. Kaiser joined the Austrian SS in the year 1931 and in the year 1934, the SS Standard Deutschland, with Kaiser's unit frequently leading the way. The SS Reich Division demonstrated its effectiveness in the rapid offensives of Operation Barbarossa. By the winter of the year 1941, the troops had advanced in the central sector of the Eastern Front, reaching the outskirts of Moscow. Kaiser stood out as an outstanding frontline soldier with great tactical skill. Always present at critical moments of the campaigns, both with his troops and armored vehicles, his performance earned him the German Cross in Gold in the year 1942. Kaiser soon gained fame as an expert in maneuver warfare. The man who had once aspired to a business career with political inclinations became a highly talented officer and a brave fighter. His soldiers, who were absolutely loyal to him, called him Zens. During the Third Battle of Kharkov in the year 1943, Kaiser made a risky decision by ordering an immediate counterattack with his battalion against an enemy offensive. His Panzer Grenadiers managed to push back the Soviet troops and facilitated the rapid recapture of Kharkov, demonstrating the audacity of his leadership. Repeatedly, his men managed to break enemy lines both in buildings and streets, using frontal assaults, flanking attacks, and raid operations. During these actions, it was noted that Kaiser personally destroyed 4 Soviet tanks, becoming the only Waffen SS regimental commander to achieve such a feat at that time. For his merits in combat, he was promoted to SS Hauptsturmführer and awarded the Knight's Cross in April of the year 1943. Additionally, he earned the Close Combat Clasp in Gold after accumulating 50 days of hand-to-hand combat, an honor very few soldiers received. At 40 years old, he was one of the oldest recipients of that decoration. In June of the year 1944, the veteran of multiple battles and his unit were transferred to the Western Front, integrating into the 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division Götz von Berlichingen, where they would continue fighting in the final years of the war. Kaiser participated in the battles of Normandy and the retreat across the Rhine. During the defensive operations on the outskirts of Nuremberg in April of the year 1945, the experienced SS Obersturmbannführer Vincenz Kaiser, father of 3 children, decided to personally inspect the movements of US troops. Accompanied by his adjutant SS Hauptsturmführer Franz Kukala, he set out on a reconnaissance mission. This action, unconventional for an acting division commander, was a testament to Kaiser's character, a Waffen SS veteran accustomed to the front line. However, his decision had fatal consequences. Neither of them returned, and for a long time they were considered missing in action. Decades after the war ended, Kukala's grave was discovered. His remains showed signs of having been beaten and executed with a shot to the back of the head at close range, indicating that he had been captured and later murdered. It is presumed that Vincenz Kaiser died between the night of April 19th and 20th of the year 1945, while in the custody of US forces. Weeks before his death, he had been recommended for the Oak Leaves as recognition for his bravery on the battlefield. From July 23rd of the year 1941, the SS Reich Division, under the command of the 46th Motorized Army Corps, became involved in intense defensive battles at the far eastern edge of the Eastern Front, near Yelnya. Soviet forces, with a large number of tanks and artillery support, fiercely attacked the German positions. The presence of 5 enemy divisions, supported by 2 armored regiments and 3 motorized regiments, was identified. One of the most contested sectors was along the north-south road leading to Dorogobuj, where the Soviets continuously launched reinforcements. If they managed to breach the exposed flank of the 46th Motorized Corps, the entire defensive structure, including the 10th Panzer Division and the SS Reich Division, would be compromised. On July 24th of the year 1941, a battalion of Heer engineers sent by the Army Corps twice lost control of a key village in the area, Ushakovo. To restore the position, the division commander ordered a counterattack by the SS Engineer Battalion, which managed to regain control by the end of the day. However, at 9 o'clock in the evening, Soviet troops launched a new offensive against the SS Pioneers' positions. At that moment, communication lines, both telephone and radio, were cut off, while the subordinate artillery battery ran out of ammunition. The division, covering a front of 38 kilometers, had no reserves to reinforce the area, creating a critical situation. As a last resort, a request was made and granted for an armored company from the Army Corps. Faced with the gravity of the moment, SS Obersturmbannführer Ostendorf requested authorization to immediately move to the threatened zone. Once there, he took command and organized the defense. His detailed battle report was later attached. His intervention was crucial in preventing the sector's collapse, as one company commander suffered a nervous breakdown, and the leader of the engineer battalion, though brave, lacked infantry combat experience and had no clear vision of the nighttime engagements. Ostendorf, after assessing the situation, sent reconnaissance patrols, reorganized an assault company, and repositioned both the assault guns and heavy machine guns along with the armored vehicles. He then personally led the troops in the counterattack, facing intense enemy fire. With the first light of dawn, his efforts allowed the strategic position to be regained and prevented the enemy from breaking through the northern flank of the 46th Motorized Army Corps. SS Obersturmbannführer Ostendorf, the most senior officer in the Waffen SS General Staff, originated from the 100,000-man Reichswehr before transferring to the Luftwaffe and later to the Waffen SS. Since the formation of the SS Reich Division in October of the year 1939 and its subsequent campaigns in France and Serbia, he proved to be a highly competent officer. Without formal general staff studies, he acquired strategic skills during operations, evolving alongside the unit. His performance earned him special recognition. On April 1st of the year 1940, Werner Ostendorf was appointed Chief of Staff of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich, a position he held until May 31st of the year 1942. He was later transferred to a smaller combat group, where his performance earned him the German Cross in Gold in June of the year 1942. Later, he took the position of Chief of Staff of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps, under SS Oberstgruppenführer Paul Hauser. In this role, he participated in some of the most decisive battles on the Eastern Front, including Kursk and Karkov, where the Waffen SS armored units played a crucial role. On November 23rd of the year 1943, Ostendorf took command of the newly created 17th SS Panzergrenadier Division Götz von Berlichingen, which suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Normandy. During intense fighting in Carentan, he was wounded in action and had to be temporarily withdrawn from the front. After recovering, he took command of the SS division, replacing Standartenführer Otto Binge, but was returned to the officer reserve in October of the year 1944. However, in November of the same year, he was again wounded in combat. On May 1st of the year 1945, after suffering injuries in battle, Ostendorf died in Bad Aussee, Austria. At 42 years old, he became the youngest division commander in the Waffen SS, leaving a legacy of leadership in some of World War II's most significant battles. Otto Baul, the iron strategist of the Das Reich. Otto Baul was born on the 15th of November 1911 in Stettin, Germany. During his academic training in Hohenheim, he began to engage in his country's politics, like many other young people of the time. It was in this context that he decided to join the Allgemeine SS on the 1st of November 1933, thus beginning his career within the organization. Initially, he was assigned to the 3rd Company of the 1st Battalion of the 13th SS Standarte, based in Stuttgart, where he remained until early March of 1934. On the 6th of March 1934, Baum enlisted in the Politische Bereitschaft, Political Readiness Detachment in Ellwangen, a unit that would later become one of the first formations of the SS Verfügungstruppe, SSVT, the precursor to the Waffen SS. Otto Baum began his career in the SS as an SS Antwerper candidate, before being promoted to SS man on the 14th of September 1934. Noting that the SS Verfügungstruppe offered greater opportunities for advancement and development compared to the rigid hierarchy of the German army at the time, he decided to fully commit to military life. In December of 1934, he became a full-time member of the SS, receiving the identification number 237,056. In March of 1938, with the creation of the SS Standarte III, Baum was reassigned to this unit, which would later be renamed the SS Regiment Der Führer on the 1st of May 1938. His new assignment was the 3rd Battalion, under the command of SS Sturmbannführer Hellmuth Becker in the city of Klagenfurt. During this period, he served as a platoon leader in the 12th Company, participating in the training of the first Austrian recruits joining the Waffen SS after the annexation of Austria. Additionally, during this phase, he received further training within the SS Verfügungstruppe, as the regiment was one of the few fully motorized units within the Wehrmacht. As part of a training exchange program between the German Army and the SS Verfügungstruppe, Baum was temporarily assigned to the replacement battalion of the 56th Infantry Regiment, where he served from the 24th of September to the 24th of December 1938. During his time in the unit, he served as Zugführer in the 2nd Company and later took command of the 4th Company until the completion of the exchange program. The senior officers of the German army were impressed with his skills, highlighting in their evaluations his prudent and decisive leadership, as well as his firm and self-assured personality. In addition to demonstrating his competence in troop command, Baum distinguished himself as a skilled horseman, showing great ability in military equitation, a highly valued skill at the time. The recognition he received was so great that the German army formally requested Himmler for the possibility of offering him a position as an officer within its ranks. However, Baum returned to the SS regiment Der Führer, accompanied by the recommendation that he should be given command of his own company. The commander of the Der Führer regiment, Georg Keppler, reaffirmed his confidence in Baum's abilities, granting him command of the 10th Company on the 15th of November 1938. He would hold this position throughout his service within the regiment. His experience in forming motorized units proved key to his next assignment. On the 1st of June 1939, Otto Baul joined his new unit, the motorized infantry regiment Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler, LSAH, and was assigned as commander of the 7th Company within the 2nd Battalion, led by Karl von Oberkamp, who also arrived in the same month. Just 1 week after his incorporation, Baul was already leading his unit in training exercises at the Glau maneuver field. However, his training period with this new formation was brief, as in just 2 months the Second World War began, leading him to his first military campaign. As a fully motorized unit, the LSSAH played a crucial role in the offensive against Poland, participating in the capture of Gola and securing key positions along the Vistula River. In the last week of the campaign, Baum's company fought against enemy fortifications in the Modlin area between the 21st and the 25th of September, 1939. In recognition of his performance in these engagements on the 25th of September 1939, Sepp Dietrich awarded him the Iron Cross, 2nd class. After the end of the campaign, the regiment was relieved from its positions on the 28th of September, and Baul led his unit to its concentration point before departing for Prague. There, along with the rest of the regiment, he participated in securing the Protectorate of Bohemia and Moravia. On the 9th of November 1939, in recognition of his leadership, he was promoted to SS Hauptsturmführer. SS Sturmbannführer Baul managed to hold his sector in Salucha against constant assaults from the Red Army since the 23rd of February 1942. At dawn on the 7th of February 1942, exactly at 0 hour and 20 minutes, Soviet troops launched a massive attack against Baum's battalion, preceded by an intense bombardment with artillery and mortars. The offensive pinned the defending forces along the line connecting Shumilkino and Salucha, while also deploying an encircling maneuver with armoured support. The defending battalion, already worn out from previous battles, suffered the pressure of nocturnal attacks, allowing the Soviets to penetrate the northern zone of Shumilkino and the southeastern sector of Salucha. Faced with the critical situation, Baul acted on his own initiative, organizing an immediate counterattack with a small group of hastily gathered soldiers along with elements of an attached company. The offensive maneuver was successful, managing to expel the enemy troops that had taken both localities. At dawn, at 6 hours and 30 minutes, the front line had been fully restored. Any further Soviet attempts to advance were neutralized by defensive fire before reaching the trenches. At the end of the battle, more than 300 Soviet soldiers lay dead on the battlefield and around the position. The successful defense of this position by Baum's battalion was of vital importance. If the enemy had managed to break through the line, not only would our defenses to the north and east have been endangered, but it would have also allowed Soviet forces to take control of the Kobilkino-Shubino road, a strategically key objective for them. Had the Soviets secured this route, they would have been able to transport reinforcements and supplies effortlessly to the sectors facing the northern, western and southern fronts of Group Eicke. Therefore, I request that SS Sturmbannführer Baul be awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross in recognition of his heroic bravery and the results achieved in combat. On the 5th of July 1943, Baul once again distinguished himself for his courage by leading his troops in the assault against the heavily fortified Soviet positions near Beresov. During this attack, he faced massive enemy fire from infantry, artillery and armoured vehicles, managing to penetrate enemy lines with the first groups of his regiment. During the battle, he was wounded, but decided to remain on the front line with his men. On the 13th and 14th of July 1943, during the battle at the bridgehead of the Sel River, Baul became the core of German resistance, constantly moving through the most critical sectors of the fight. His leadership was crucial in repelling the main Soviet armoured attacks, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. Thanks to his exceptional leadership and bravery in combat, Baul was awarded the Oak Leaves Order for the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross on the 22nd of August 1943, in recognition of his actions on the Eastern Front. In the icy winter of 1941, when the cutting wind of the Eastern Front whispered the secrets of war, a formidable force emerged from the shadows, the 3rd Panzer Division Totenkopf of the Waffen SS. Wrapped in a dark cloak, these warriors bore the skull as a symbol of their indomitable loyalty, forged in the flames of ideology and the steel of battle. From their early days, the Totenkopf stood as an elite among elites, destined to leave an indelible mark in history as the very personification of ferocity and devotion to duty. Under the relentless leadership of Obergruppenführer Theodor Eicke, the Totenkopf rose in this grim setting, where decisiveness was the law. Join us as we explore the epic saga of the Totenkopf division, where honor was called and victory was won through fierce, relentless struggle. The Totenkopf skull, emblem of strength and darkness. If there is a symbol that resonates in global consciousness, it is undoubtedly the Totenkopf, the sinister and grinning skull that stood as the emblem of the SS. To find the origin of this symbol, we have to go back to 1740, when a skull was used to adorn the catafalque of King Frederick William I of Prussia. This skull was presented, as is customary in funerary matters, without the lower jaw, tilted to its right, and with two crossed bones all embroidered in silver on black velvet. In his memory, in 1741, the 5th Regiment of Hussars was created, called the Black Hussars. This unit was formed with squadrons of the 1st Preußisches Husaren Regiment and the 2nd Lieb Husaren Regiment, two elite units of the Prussian cavalry. Since then, the skull had great prominence. In the Great War, the Totenkopf was adopted by stormtrooper units, flamethrowers, and even some aviators who, coming from cavalry units, were fond of the canine skulls. Displaying it was like telling everyone that one came from a special unit. The birth of the Totenkopf division. From the shadowy curtain of 1934 emerged the bastions of cruelty in German lands, where the guards of the concentration camps, like iron sentinels of despair, entrusted themselves to regiments of indomitable power. Dachau, guarded with relentless determination by the 1st Regiment Oberbayern, Oranienburg Sachsenhausen, under the yoke of the 2nd Regiment Brandenburgo, Buchenwald, witness to the relentless presence of the 3rd Regiment Thüringen, and Mauthausen, prostrated under the domain of the 4th Regiment Ostmark. Under the unyielding rule of Obergruppenführer Theodor Eicke, these regiments wove a dark tapestry of oppression, merging into the sinister symphony of the Totenkopfverbände. At the onset of the Second World War, the success of the sister formations of the Totenkopf, such as the Leibstandarte Regiment and the 3 Standarten divisions of the Verfügungstruppe, led the Führer to approve Himmler's recommendation to create 3 divisions of the Waffen SS in October of 1939. On the 1st of November, this unit took root as the 3rd Panzer Division Totenkopf of the SS. At the head of this division was Obergruppenführer Theodor Eicke, already known for his fervent National Socialism and the brutality he exercised in the concentration camps. Eicke's moral principles became ingrained in the Totenkopf division, which quickly stood out for its fanaticism and loyalty to the party. These units were considered of inferior quality compared to other SS combat units and were used in surveillance and guard operations. Facing the storm, the beginnings of the Totenkopf in battle. After its creation, the Totenkopf joined the Second Army under the command of Generaloberst Maximilian von Weichs. At the beginning of the Second World War, in September of 1939, during the Poland campaign, it was sent to Poland to finish off the last remnants of Polish resistance. In March of 1940, the division was transferred to the 15th Panzer Corps, led by Generaloberst Hermann Hoth. During the offensive in the West, which included attacks on the Netherlands and France on the 10th of May of 1940, the Totenkopf remained in reserve. A week later, on the 16th of May, the division was launched into combat in Belgium, suffering severe casualties due to its fanaticism in the fight. A week after this battle, elements of this division under the command of SS Obersturmführer Fritz Knöchlein executed 97 of the 99 British officers of the Royal Norfolk Regiment who had surrendered. On the 19th of May, the Totenkopf took on tasks in Le Château and Cambrai. Throughout the campaign in France, the division participated in intense battles in various regions of the West, such as Le Château, Cambrai, Arras, Dunkirk, Seine, Loire, Lyon, and Charente. Northeast of Cambrai, the Totenkopf captured 16,000 French prisoners. However, advancing towards the coast, they faced strong Anglo-French resistance that they could barely contain, reaching the brink of panic. They managed to stop the enemy tanks only by using artillery pieces and were saved by the intervention of Luftwaffe dive bombers. Then, they suffered considerable losses during the capture of the La Bassée Canal. When France finally surrendered, the division was near the Spanish border, where it remained until April of 1941. The losses during the Battle of France were significant, and to compensate, elements from regular Waffen SS units were transferred instead of the concentration camp guard battalions. To make up for their losses, the Totenkopf had to requisition local vehicles and other French materials. In April of 1941, the division received orders to join Field Marshal General Wilhelm Ritter von Lieb's Army Group North as they headed east towards Leningrad. Tasked with breaking the formidable Stalin line, the 3rd SS Totenkopf Division fought intense battles in Lithuania and Latvia. By July, their relentless advance had shattered the defences, allowing them to gradually approach their final objective, Leningrad. As the division advanced beyond Imyansk, their determination was tested by a series of fierce engagements from the 31st of July to the 25th of August. Totenkopf found itself in brutal combat near Leningrad, where both sides fought with unwavering determination. Day after day, the soldiers of Totenkopf advanced, overcoming enemy resistance, navigating treacherous urban environments, and enduring harsh conditions. The battle for Leningrad became a grueling test of their mettle as they struggled to break Soviet defenses and capture key objectives. During the autumn and winter of 1941, the Soviets launched multiple operations against the German lines in the northern sector of the front. One of these operations resulted in the division being encircled near Demyansk, creating the Demyansk Pocket. Totenkopf suffered heavy losses in these battles and was renamed Kampfgruppe 100CA due to its reduced size. The division fought fiercely to defend the pocket, with SS Hauptsturmführer Erwin Mayardres leading a small group of soldiers in the defense of the strategic town of Biakawo against repeated enemy attempts to capture it. Mayardres personally destroyed several enemy tanks in his Stu G3 and was awarded the Iron Cross for his actions. In April of 1942, the division broke the encirclement and reached friendly territory in Demyansk. About 80% of the division's soldiers were either killed, wounded, or declared missing in action. The remaining troops were withdrawn from the front in late October of 1942 and sent to France for re-equipment. In November of 1942, the division participated in Operation Anton, the capture of Vichy, France, with the addition of a tank battalion, and was renamed the 3rd SS Panzer Grenadier Division Totenkopf. It remained in France until February of 1943, when its former commander Theodor Eicke resumed control. In early February of 1943, the Totenkopf division was moved to the Eastern Front as part of Erich von Manstein's Army Group South. They took part in the Third Battle of Kharkov, where their commander Theodor Eicke was killed when his transport plane was shot down at the front line. The division was immediately sent to secure the crash site and buried him with military honors, with Priest Hermann taking over as the new commander. Later, Totenkopf, as part of the SS Panzer Corps, joined Operation Citadel, the offensive to reduce the Kursk salient. They received a company of heavy Tiger I tanks and advanced alongside the Leibstandarte, encountering Soviet resistance. Despite this, on the 5th of July of 1943, the attack began with Totenkopf covering the left flank of the 2nd SS Panzer Corps. They crossed the Seim River and aimed to reach Prokhorovka. However, the attack slowed due to Soviet resistance, particularly on Hill 226. Despite this setback, the division continued to advance, and elements of the division crossed the Seim River on the 11th of July. Reinforcements arrived to secure the precarious position, and the division expanded the bridgehead. They faced strong Soviet opposition but managed to hold their ground. On the 12th of July, the Soviets launched a major counterattack, and Totenkopf forces, backed by their Tigers Company, engaged in intense combat that halted the assault but caused significant losses. Although the 2nd SS Panzer Corps had repelled the Soviet counteroffensive, it was exhausted and unable to launch further attacks. The 24th Panzer Reserve Corps did not receive authorization from the Führer, and on the 14th of July, Hitler cancelled the operation. The Battle of Kursk had ended for the Germans. The Totenkopf Division, along with Das Reich, was assigned to the reorganized 6th Army under General der Infanterie Karl Adolf Hollert. Their objective was to eliminate the Soviet bridgehead over the Mias River. Over several weeks, Totenkopf faced intense fighting, marked by notable brutality, especially during the battles for Hill 213 and Stepanova. However, the division suffered significant losses, exceeding those experienced during Operation Citadel. When the Soviet bridgehead was finally eliminated, the division lost 1,500 soldiers, and its tank regiment was reduced to 20 tanks. Subsequently, Totenkopf was moved back to Kharkov to participate in battles against Operation Rumyantsev and prevent the Soviet capture of the city. Although the divisions managed to halt the offensive and inflict heavy casualties, the Soviets encircled them, leading to the abandonment of the city on the 23rd of August. In early September, Totenkopf arrived at the Dnieper River, where they faced the 5th Guards Tank Army, which had crossed at Kremenchuk and posed a threat to break the Dnieper line. Totenkopf was deployed to counter the bridgehead, and in October of 1943 the division was reformed as the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf. The Panzer Regiment received an upgrade, and the 2 Panzer Grenadier Regiments were honored with the titles Theodor Eicke and Totenkopf after holding the Kremenchuk bridgehead. Over several months, the Soviets launched a successful breakout attempt, pushing Totenkopf and other Axis divisions back towards the Romanian border. In November, Totenkopf participated in intense defensive battles against Red Army attacks near the crucial city of Kryvyi Rog, west of the Dnieper River. In January of 1944, Totenkopf engaged in fierce defensive fighting near Kryvyi Rog, preventing a Soviet advance. In February, the division was sent to assist in the efforts to rescue German troops trapped in the Cherkassy pocket. They attacked towards Corsun and successfully linked up with the encircled forces after a fierce battle near Kirovograd. In March, Totenkopf withdrew behind the Bug River and established new defensive positions, retreating alongside the Panzer Grenadier Division Grossdeutschland. They withdrew to the Dniester near Iasi on the Romanian border in April. Totenkopf rested near Targu Frumos in Romania, receiving replacements and new equipment. They returned to action as Soviet attacks intensified in a battle near Iasi. In July, Totenkopf joined the 1st Panzer Corps of SS Obergruppenführer Otto Giller near Grodno, Poland, to defend the approaches to Warsaw. They arrived at the Warsaw Front at the end of July of 1944. During the Warsaw Uprising by the Polish Home Army, Totenkopf guarded the front lines and repelled Soviet probing attacks in mid-August near Mordlin. Along with the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking and the Hermann Göring Panzer Division, Totenkopf decisively defeated the 3rd Soviet Tank Corps. Their effective use of terrain and superior optics allowed them to outperform the Soviet tanks. These divisions played a crucial role in defending the Vistula Line and establishing the Vistula Army Group. In December of 1944, the 4th SS Panzer Corps was ordered to relieve the trapped 9th SS Mountain Corps in Budapest. They launched Operation Conrad, with Conrad I being the first attack on New Year's Day of 1945. Despite initial victories, strong Soviet opposition hindered their progress. After the failure of Operation Conrad, Totenkopf and the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking launched Operation Conrad II, aiming to reach the city center. They made significant advances but were ordered to withdraw as part of a ruse. Operation Conrad III sought to encircle the Soviet units but failed to achieve its objective. The 9th SS Mountain Corps finally surrendered in mid-February. The division withdrew westward, participating in the retreat from Budapest to the area near Lake Balaton. They provided flank support during Operation Spring Awakening, but faced heavy fighting as the offensive stalled. The Soviet Vienna offensive encircled Totenkopf and Viking. To avoid a complete encirclement, the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen fought to keep the escape route open while Gill's corps escaped. However, subsequent Soviet attacks pushed the 4th SS Panzer Corps back towards Vienna, losing contact with neighboring divisions and abandoning organized defense. The remnants of Totenkopf conducted a fighting retreat towards Czechoslovakia and surrendered to American forces in early May. They were then handed over to the Soviets, and many Totenkopf soldiers perished in Soviet gulags. After the war, the 3rd SS Totenkopf Division was disbanded, and many of its members were captured by Allied forces as prisoners of war. The 3rd SS Totenkopf Division was commanded by formidable leaders, brave strategists who guided their troops with firmness on the most challenging battlefields. From their early days to the last conflict, these commanders, figures in the shadows of history, left a significant mark on the narrative of Totenkopf. the relentless Obergruppenführer and founder of terror in concentration camps. In the fields of Hampont, under the mantle of the German Empire, Theodor Eicke was born on the 17th of October of 1892, the youngest among 11 children of a valiant station master. His youth was marked by the Iron Cross Second Class, a hero of the First World War. After years as a regiment paymaster and decorated warrior, Eicke embarked on a path of challenges. From the classrooms of a technical school to his role as a peacekeeper, his destiny intertwined with history. He embraced bravery, defying the Weimar Republic until finding his place in the ranks of IG Farben, where he led internal security with skill in Ludwigshafen. In the mists of December of 1928, Eicke made his mark by joining the National Socialist Party and the SA. However, his fate took a new turn in August of 1930, when he left the SA to join the SS. In rapid ascension on the 15th of October of 1931, Heinrich Himmler elevated him to the rank of SS Standartenführer, marking his path in politics and gaining the attention of the Reichsführer of the SS. His political fervor led to his dismissal from IG Farben in 1932, accused of preparing bomb attacks against political opponents. Condemned in July of 1932 to 2 years in prison, the intervention of Justice Minister Franz Gürtner granted him protection, allowing him to escape the sentence. Sheltered in Italy by order of Himmler, he ascended to SS Oberführer in fascist Italy of Mussolini on the 21st of October of 1932. With the rise of National Socialism to power in March of 1933, Eicke returned to Germany. Appointed by Himmler as commander of the Dachau concentration camp on the 26th of June of that same year, he took the reins after complaints and criminal charges against the first commander. In a camp that already housed about 2,000 detainees, Eicke requested and obtained the creation of the SS Guard units, a permanent unit subordinate only to him. Theodor Eicke quickly reorganized the foundations of the Dachau concentration camp system, establishing a model that would be replicated throughout Germany. Imposing strict discipline, total obedience, and severe disciplinary regulations, he introduced the iconic blue and white striped uniform, a symbol that would come to represent concentration camps across Europe. The Guardians of the Dark Realm wore uniforms adorned with the sinister Death's Head emblem on their collars, reflecting the relentless coldness emanating from their leader, Theodor Eicke. His aversion to weakness marked his men, with him being known for his unwavering firmness. Eicke's anti-Semitism and anti-communism, along with his demand for total obedience, earned the favor of Heinrich Himmler, who promoted him to Brigadeführer on the 30th of January of 1934. On the dark night of the 30th of June of 1934, the Night of the Long Knives, Eicke and his SS comrades carried out executions and arrests of SA leaders. It is said that Eicke in a cold cell placed a pistol on Ernst Röhm's table, executing him along with his aide when he refused to commit suicide on the 1st of July of 1934. His unwavering loyalty did not go unnoticed, and on the 4th of July of 1934, Himmler officially appointed him inspector of concentration camps, promoting him to Gruppenführer on the 11th of July of 1934. In his new role, Eicke undertook a massive reorganization of the camps in 1935, consolidating them under the official designation of SS Totenkopfverbände on the 29th of March of 1936, with Eicke as commander. Smaller camps were replaced by imposing facilities such as Sachsenhausen, Buchenwald, Mauthausen, Flossenbürg and Ravensbrück until 1939. The destiny of Theodor Eicke, inextricably intertwined with the horrors of the Second World War, found its epilogue in shocking circumstances. As the war inexorably leaned towards the inevitable collapse of the Third Reich, Eicke continued to lead the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf with fervor. However, the tide of war began to turn against him. In July of 1943, during the Battle of Kursk, Eicke was in command of his division, facing fierce Soviet resistance. The battle, the largest tank confrontation in history, represented a critical turning point on the Eastern Front. The Totenkopf fought valiantly, but the losses and tactical challenges eroded the division's strength and morale. On the 16th of July of 1943, in the heat of battle, Eicke was mortally wounded when his transport plane was shot down on the front line. The ferocity of the conflict showed no mercy for the concentration camp. inspector turned military commander. His life came to an end in the same theatre of operations where he had deployed his fanaticism and brutality on the camps and battlefields. Eicke's death left a void in the leadership of the Totenkopf, but his legacy, imbued with National Socialist ideology and cruelty, persisted in the dark annals of history. Although his figure disappeared physically, the shadow of his actions and impact on concentration camps and the war itself endured until the conflict's last breath. Mathias Kleinheisterkamp, the SS veteran, and his controversial legacy as Obergruppenführer. Mathias Kleinheisterkamp, a man marked by the brutality of the First World War, was forged on the western and eastern battlefields, where his bravery earned him the distinction of both classes of the Iron Cross and a Silver Wound badge. His loyalty to the military ranks did not fade with the end of the conflict, as he joined the Freikorps, a paramilitary group, and later served in the Reichswehr. In November of 1933, Kleinheisterkamp joined the ranks of the Allgemeine SS, marking the beginning of a new phase in his military career. His membership number, 132,299, testifies to his commitment to the cause. His transfer to the Verfügungstruppe in April of 1935 led him to the SS training school, where he played the crucial role of infantry instructor. However, his path was not without challenges. In June of 1938, Kleinheisterkamp faced serious legal and disciplinary issues that hindered his ascent. Reprimanded by the main office of the SS court, he was put on leave until August of 1938. Despite these setbacks, he returned to active service and was assigned to the Standarte Deutschland, which would later transform into the feared SS division Das Reich. On the 20th of April of 1937, Kleinheisterkamp crossed another threshold by joining the National Socialist Party with membership number 4,158,238. His career, marked by ups and downs, reflected the complexity of internal intrigues and the regime's relentless demands. With the SS Totenkopf division, Kleinheisterkamp stood out in the invasion of Poland, leading the Kleinheisterkamp group and playing a crucial role in the evacuation of German citizens and diplomatic personnel from Warsaw. His strategic skill was evident in this operation. Subsequently, his trajectory led him to new responsibilities, first in the Führungshauptamt and then to the Das Reich division. Unfortunately, the end of Mathias Kleinheisterkamp was tragic, as he was captured by Soviet forces and decided to end his own life a day later in captivity. Posthumously, Kleinheisterkamp was awarded the Oak Leaves for his Knight's Cross. Georg Keppler, the architect of SS expansion and his relentless path as Obergruppenführer. Georg Keppler lived in a complicated era and participated in various war situations. From his beginnings in the army in 1913 to his service in the First World War, he showed his dedication to military service. After working as a police officer, he joined the paramilitary forces of the National Socialist Party in 1935. He quickly rose through the ranks, leading battalions and receiving recognitions. In 1938, he commanded the Der Führer Regiment and participated in important campaigns such as the invasion of France and Operation Barbarossa. His outstanding performance earned him the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross in 1940. In 1941, he assumed the leadership of the SS Totenkopf division and later commanded other divisions. After serving in administrative roles in the Waffen SS, he returned to the battlefield in 1944 during the Battle of Normandy and later on the Eastern Front until 1945. After the war, he was captured and released in 1948. His legacy as a versatile and experienced military leader endured until his death in 1966. Hermann Priess, the silent strategist of the SS. Hermann Priess, born in 1901, had his first military experiences by joining the military service in the German army in 1919 during the period of the German Empire. After the dissolution of his regiment due to the Versailles restrictions, he participated in paramilitary groups like the Freikorps and contributed to the war for Estonian independence. After serving in various capacities, Hermann Priess returned to the army in 1920 and was discharged in 1931. His military career continued, and in October of 1944, he assumed command of the 1st SS Panzer Corps. During the Battle of the Bulge in the failed Ardennen offensive, he led this formation as part of the 6th Panzer Army. The objective of the offensive was to split the Allied lines and create conditions to force peace negotiations with the Western Allies. In May of 1945, Priess surrendered to American forces. He began working for the Historical Division of the United States Army at Camp King. Between May and July of 1946, he became one of the 73 defendants in the Malmedy massacre trial held at the Dachau internment camp. On the 16th of July, Priess was sentenced to 20 years in prison. In October of 1954, he was released before completing his full sentence at Landsberg prison. Priess died in 1985. Heinz Lammerding, the impassive Gruppenführer of the SS. Heinz Lammerding, with university studies in civil engineering between 1923 and 1928, began his career as a technical manager and head of the urban planning department in Dortmund until 1933, obtaining his degree in civil engineering in 1932. His involvement in National Socialism began in 1931, becoming a member of the SA and later in the SA regiment in Paderborn. In 1934, he assumed leadership roles in the SA engineering department, but the purge of SA leaders in 1934 significantly reduced his influence. Lammerding joined the SS in 1935 and then the Verfügungstruppe, being paid as Obersturmführer in the Assault Engineers Battalion. He was promoted to Hauptsturmführer in 1937 and continued his training at the Brunswick Officers' School. In 1939, he was appointed SS Sturmbannführer and was entrusted with the training and control of the Engineers Battalion of the Panzer Division Totenkopf. In the spring of 1944, Heinrich Lammerding was awarded the Knight's Cross for his outstanding participation in the Russian campaign. Through a special distinction from Reichsführer SS Heinrich Himmler, Lammerding was promoted to Brigadeführer und Generalmajor der Waffen SS. Additionally, he was tasked with reconstituting the Das Reich Division in southern France. In early summer of 1944, Lammerding led the Das Reich Division during the intense Battle of Normandy. However, he was wounded in July and evacuated during the clashes in Saint-Denis in the Saint-Denis-Perriers sector, specifically in a place known as La Bournoyère. Despite the injuries, Lammerding regained command in the autumn of 1944 and played an active role in the Battle of the Bulge. In early 1945, Heinrich Himmler appointed him as Chief of Staff of the army group he led on the Vistula. In April of 1945, for less than a month, Lammerding commanded the last Waffen SS division, the Grenadier Division Nibelungen, which was partly composed of cadets and instructors from the Bad Tölz Cadet School. In 1953, Lammerding was tried for war crimes in the Bordeaux court for his involvement in the Tulle and Oradour-sur-Glane massacres that occurred on the 9th and 10th of June of 1944. Although he was sentenced to death in absentia, West Germany chose not to extradite him. Subsequently, at the request of the French, the British were ordered to arrest him. Lammerding left Düsseldorf, where he lived openly, taking refuge in Schleswig-Holstein as the military occupation of Germany came to an end. After his retirement, Lammerding founded and ran a construction and public works company in Düsseldorf until his retirement. He died in 1971 from widespread cancer. His funeral attracted several hundred former National Socialist officers, including Otto Weidinger. Max Simon, the relentless Gruppenführer of the Waffen SS. Max Simon was born in Breslau and joined the army in 1917, serving in the 11th Division in Macedonia and the Western Front during the First World War. He was awarded the Iron Cross Second Class. After the war, he joined the Freikorps in Silesia and fought against Polish forces. His unit was later integrated into the Reichswehr as the 16th Cavalry Regiment, and Simon was promoted to Unterfeldwebel. In May of 1933, he joined the SS and the National Socialist Party, being assigned to the 47th SS Standard in Gera. In November of 1934, he was promoted to Untersturmführer. In 1935, he was ordered to form a new unit, the 1st Totenkopfstandarte Oberbayern, and was promoted to Standartenführer. In 1934, he was appointed commander of the Sachsenburg concentration camp. He participated in events such as the Anschluss of Austria, the occupation of Bohemia and Moravia, and the occupation of the Sudetenland in 1938. Brettheim, a locality in the Schwäbisch Hall district of Baden-Württemberg, witnessed a tragic episode under Max Simon's command. On the 10th of April of 1945, Simon ordered the execution of Friedrich Hanselmann Leonhard Gagstatter and Leonhard Wolfmeyer for undermining military morale, Wehrkraftzersetzung. Hanselmann, a farmer, had taken weapons from Hitler youth children and thrown them into a local pond. The children reported to Officer Sturmbannführer Gottschalk, who arrested Hanselmann and sentenced him to death. Mayor Gagstatter and teacher Wolfmeyer refused to confirm the sentence and were also arrested and sentenced to death. The three men were hanged and left at the cemetery entrance for 4 days by Simon's order. On the 17th of April of 1945, American tanks approached the village. Despite the presence of American forces, the SS, under Simon's direction, declared Brettheim as the cornerstone of German defense, preventing the raising of white flags. As a result, the Americans opened fire, turning the village into a burning inferno and claiming the lives of 17 civilians. On the 1st of May of 1945, the corps to which Simon belonged surrendered to American forces. After the Second World War, Max Simon faced trials for his involvement in the Marzabotto massacre and was sentenced to death by a British court. However, this sentence was commuted to life imprisonment, and Simon was released from prison in 1954. In West Germany, Simon was tried 3 times for the murders in Brettheim and other crimes. To the surprise and dismay of the German public, he was acquitted in all cases. His death in 1961 generated controversy, as the organization of former Waffen SS members, HYAG, attempted to publish a laudatory obituary for him in the German newspaper Frankfurter Allgemeine. However, the newspaper rejected the publication of the obituary, causing HYAG's indignation. Hellmuth Becker, the infamous brigade Führer of the Waffen SS. Born in 1902, Hellmuth Becker began his military career by joining the army in 1920, where he reached the rank of Master Sergeant before retiring in 1932. In 1933, he joined the SS and coincided with figures such as Wilhelm Bitrich and Hermann Priess. His trajectory continued in the SS Totenkopfstandard Oberbayern, based at the Übungslager Dachau, which later integrated into the SS Totenkopf Division. On the 9th of November of 1940, he was promoted to Obersturmbannführer and appointed commander of the Totenkopf Regiment. From 1942 to 1944, he held the rank of Standartenführer and actively participated with the Totenkopf Division. In early 1944, his path led him to the Führungshauptamt, and in March, he took leadership of the 36th SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment in the Reichsführer Division in Italy. His ascent continued, being promoted to Oberführer on the 21st of June and assuming command of the 3rd Totenkopf Division in July. By October of 1944, he reached the rank of Brigade Führer. In November of 1947, Hellmuth Becker faced trial before a Soviet military tribunal in Poltava, being sentenced to 25 years of imprisonment and forced labor for war crimes. His behavior during his sentence, marked by attempts to manufacture explosives, led to a new trial. Considered the personification of the brutal Landsknechts that comprised the high-ranking officers of the Waffen SS, he was once again condemned and executed in February of 1953. Skull Guards, the concentration camp system in the Dark Era. Their name, which means skull units, refers to the distinctive emblem of the skull and crossbones that members wore on their uniforms. These units played a crucial role in the concentration camp system, being responsible for security, administration, and, in many cases, brutality within these camps. The origin of the Totenkopfverbände dates back to the 1930s when Heinrich Himmler, the leader of the SS and the German police, conceived the idea of forming special units for the administration and security of concentration camps. In 1933, Theodor Eicke, appointed by Himmler as inspector of concentration camps, became the founding leader of these units. Under his direction, the SS Totenkopfverbände adopted the distinctive skull and crossbones emblem, which soon became a symbol feared by prisoners and witnesses alike. In their early years, the Totenkopfverbände focused primarily on the internal administration and security of concentration camps. The Dachau concentration camp, established in 1933, was one of the first and served as a model for the expansion of this system. The Auschwitz concentration camp, administered by the SS Totenkopfverbände, became a symbol of brutality and genocide. Here, the National Socialist death machinery reached its peak with the implementation of gas chambers and crematoria to carry out the Holocaust. As the war progressed, The SS Totenkopfverbände continued their participation on the front lines, and many of their members were involved in the atrocities of the mobile extermination units, the Einsatzgruppen. The brutality of these units manifested in the massacre of entire communities, especially on the Eastern Front. Skull Guards, the SS Totenkopfverbände in Dachau. After the Führer assumed the position of Chancellor of the German Reich on the 30th of January of 1933, the National Socialists quickly established a dictatorship in the German Reich through measures of terror. The persecution and elimination of political opposition played a central role in this process, leading to the opening of concentration camps for the mass detention of political opponents throughout the Reich, such as the Dachau concentration camp. On the 22nd of March of 1933, the first transports of prisoners arrived at the camp, which was established on the grounds of a former gunpowder and munitions factory. In 1933, the camp commander Theodor Eicke implemented regulations that included brutal penal rules for prisoners and regulatory provisions for the camp SS. These regulations institutionalized the SS's domination over the prisoners, characterized by arbitrariness and terror. In 1934, the execution of several SA officials by the SS took place, including 20 in the Dachau concentration camp. The role of the SS in this massacre contributed to its rise in the hierarchy. SS units took control of other concentration camps that were previously under SA supervision. Theodor Eicke, now appointed as Inspector of Concentration Camps, extended the Dachau model, conceived by him, to all other concentration camps. In 1935, the Führer decided to implement the concentration camp system as a political tool of terror, paving the way for a permanent state of exception and the arbitrary control of the Gestapo and the SS under Heinrich Himmler's direction. Except for the Dachau concentration camp, all previous concentration camps were closed, leading to the creation of larger new penitentiary centers. In addition to regime opponents, the persecution extended to people for racist, ideological, and social hygiene reasons. This included sexual and ethnic minorities, such as homosexuals, Sinti, and Roma. People who committed repeated offenses or had a lifestyle considered inappropriate were also detained, labeled as criminals and asocial, and imprisoned in concentration camps. In 1937, the expansion of the SS camp and the construction of a new prisoner camp with a capacity for 6,000 prisoners began. These prisoners carried out construction tasks under extreme physical conditions. The Decree on Preventive Crime Fighting by the Police of 1937 systematized the procedure against people considered asocial and professional criminals. This regulation laid the foundation for mass detentions that occurred the following year in the so-called Reich Work-Schei operation. After the occupation of Austria and the Sudetenland, thousands of political prisoners from the Roma and Sinti ethnic groups, as well as Jews from the occupied areas, were deported to the Dachau concentration camp. During the anti-Semitic pogroms of November of 1938, about 11,000 Jewish men were admitted to the Dachau concentration camp. The SS mistreated and extorted them to force them to leave their property and emigrate. On the 1st of September of 1939, the Second World War began with the German army's attack on Poland. At the end of September, the SS temporarily evacuated the Dachau prisoner camp to train the SS Totenkopf division on that ground. Until the spring of 1940, more than 5,000 prisoners were transferred to the Flossenbürg, Mauthausen and Buchenwald concentration camps, where their captivity conditions dramatically worsened. From 1940 onwards, more and more prisoners from areas occupied by the National Socialist Army were admitted to the Dachau concentration camp. The number of prisoners increased to around 10,000 prisoners in the summer of 1940. At the beginning of the war, living conditions drastically worsened for the concentration camp prisoners. The deadly working conditions, insufficient maintenance, and lack of hygiene in the camps led to a huge increase in the mortality rate. After the invasion of the Soviet Union in June of 1941, the Dachau concentration camp became an execution site for Soviet prisoners of war. Members of the Red Army, identified by the Gestapo as intellectuals, Jews or communist officials, were shot by the concentration camp SS. Initially, the mass executions took place in the bunker yard and were later moved to the Herbertshausen shooting range. There, between 1941 and 1942, The Schutzstaffel murdered more than 4,000 Soviet prisoners of war. As the defeat of the Wehrmacht loomed in 1944, the Red Army and the Western Allies approached the Reich's borders. The SS continuously evacuated concentration camps near the front through evacuation transports to the main Dachau camp. This camp was overcrowded, and the catastrophic conditions led to a typhus epidemic. In the sub-camps, prisoners suffered deadly conditions. Of the approximately 40,000 people who died between 1933 and 1945, one-third lost their lives in the last 6 months of the war. The 5th SS Panzer Division, Viking, an elite unit of the Waffen SS. The 5th SS Panzer Division, Viking, was an elite unit within the set of divisions that made up the Waffen SS. Its formation included volunteer soldiers from various nations, including Finland, Estonia, Norway, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Belgium, although its command structure remained in the hands of German officers. Throughout World War II, the division underwent significant transformation, evolving from a motorized infantry unit into an armored force. Its deployment was primarily concentrated on the Eastern Front, where it participated in numerous engagements. After Germany's surrender in May 1945, its troops surrendered to US forces in Austrian territory. The successful performance of several Waffen SS units, such as the Leibstandarte SS Adolf Hitler Regiment, the SS Verfügungstruppe Division, and the SS Totenkopf Division during the initial campaigns in Poland and the Western Front, led the High Command to consider expanding the number of divisions. With the massive influx of foreign recruits, particularly from Belgium, the Netherlands, Sweden, Norway, and Denmark, the decision was made to create a new division composed of non-German volunteers, though always under the leadership of German officers. Initially conceived as the Nordische Division, No. 5, this unit was formed with the purpose of integrating volunteers from Nordic countries, along with Waffen SS veterans of German descent. To establish its structure, at the end of 1940, the SS Infantry Regiment Germania, which had previously belonged to the SS Verfügungstruppe Division, was transferred and used as the foundation for the creation of the new division. Initially, in December of that year, the unit was named SS Division Germania. However, during its organization phase, a decision was made to change its designation. Finally, in January 1941, it adopted the definitive name, SS Division Viking. The division was organized around 3 infantry regiments. Germania, primarily composed of ethnic Germans; Westland, mainly made up of volunteers from the Netherlands and Flanders; Nordland, consisting largely of Danish, Swedish, and Norwegian recruits. The leadership of this new unit was granted to Brigadeführer Felix Steiner, who had been commander of the SS Deutschland Regiment within the Verfügungstruppe. After its formation, the division was moved to Heuberg, Germany, where its training was conducted. By April 1941, the SS Viking Division was deemed ready for combat. In June of the same year, it received orders to move eastward, participating in the advance of Army Group South over Ukraine as part of Operation Barbarossa. That same month, the Waffen SS Finnish Volunteer Battalion was established, composed of soldiers from Finland. After completing their training, this unit was integrated into the SS Nordland Regiment in January 1942, strengthening the division's operational capacity. From the start of the offensive against the Soviet Union, approximately 430 Finnish combatants, veterans of the Winter War, were already part of SS Viking Division. In the spring of 1943, this Finnish contingent was withdrawn and replaced by a battalion composed of Estonian volunteers. First engagements on the Eastern Front. In 1941, SS Viking Division soldiers were sent to the Soviet front to perform surveillance duties. The unit was not fully prepared for combat until June 29, 1941, a week after the start of the German offensive. Its first battle participation occurred near Tarnopol in the Galicia region of Ukraine, where it achieved a notable performance. In August, it received orders to fortify a defensive position around a bridgehead on the Dnieper River. Despite constant attacks by the Red Army, the division managed to hold its position. As enemy resistance intensified, the unit continued its advance towards Rostov-on-Don, engaging in fierce battles for control of the city. In November, it received orders to withdraw towards the Mius River defensive line. Winter battles and German High Command's doubts. During 1941, Heer officers responsible for deploying SS Viking Division had doubts about its combat capability, avoiding assigning it large-scale missions. However, after multiple demonstrations of effectiveness on the battlefield, the division gradually gained recognition, albeit with some reluctance, from the high command of the German Regular Army. After successfully holding its positions during the winter of 1941 to 1942, SS Viking Division was ordered to recapture Rostov-on-Don and advance into the Caucasus, with the mission of securing the region's vital oil fields. This offensive, known as Operation Mouse, was part of the strategic plan of Army Group South, known as Case Blue, whose main objective was the capture of Stalingrad and the Baku oil fields. Launched in the height of summer, the campaign achieved far better results than expected. In a period of 6 weeks, the German army managed to recapture Rostov and the entire Don region, allowing SS Viking Division to penetrate deep into the Caucasus. At the end of September 1942, the unit received orders to launch an assault aimed at capturing Grozny, a strategically valuable city. For this operation, it coordinated with the 13th Panzer Division, led by General der Panzertruppen Traugott Herr, to develop an attack plan. However, as they approached the Terek River, the Soviet forces had consolidated multiple defensive lines, forcing the division to engage a series of fortified positions before being able to reach the Georgian Military Road, a critical route used by the Soviets to receive supplies from the United States. Faced with the complex situation, Felix Steiner divided his unit into 4 columns with distinct missions, but with a common purpose: break enemy resistance and open a path to the Caspian Sea. The SS Nordland Regiment was to advance along the Kurp River route to capture Malgobek. The SS Viking Panzer Battalion, together with SS Germania Regiment units, was tasked with breaching the main defences and establishing a foothold in the area. The SS Westland Regiment was ordered to seize control of Sagopshin. The division's engineers, supported by the rest of SS Germania Regiment, were to continue the offensive along the Kurp. The attack began at dawn on September 25th to 26th, 1942, but the advance of the SS Nordland Regiment was quickly halted when they discovered that the Soviet forces not only outnumbered them, but were also well entrenched in pre-prepared defensive positions. In less than 30 minutes, almost half of the unit's soldiers had been eliminated. Despite significant casualties, the hill assigned as the objective was secured, and its commander Fritz von Scholz received the Knight's Cross in recognition of his leadership during the battle. On October 6th, the troops of the SS Viking Division managed to capture Malgobek, but the plan to take the capital and open a route to the Caspian could not be realized. The closest point to Grozny reached was Hill 701, secured by the Finnish volunteers of the 3rd Battalion of the SS Nordland Regiment. Throughout the operation, the division suffered more than 1,500 casualties, and several combat units were decimated to the point of having only a few dozen men left. As a veteran of the unit would later recall, counting the fallen no longer mattered, only those who remained alive. At the beginning of November 1942, the division was relocated from the meander of the Terek River to the Urukh-Alagir sector to participate in a new attempt to advance eastward, this time towards Orjonikidze instead of Grozny. Its arrival was crucial to liberate the 13th Panzer Division, which was encircled in Gizel. After achieving this maneuver, the unit took up a defensive position behind the Fyagdon River. Meanwhile, the encirclement of the 6th Army in Stalingrad turned the Caucasus into a secondary theatre of operations. When the attempt to break the siege failed due to the Soviet advance, the entire German strategy in the region was compromised. Given this situation, the SS Viking Division was one of the first units withdrawn to reinforce the retreat of the 4th Panzer Army. From December 24th, it began its transfer to Remontnaya, arriving there on the 31st of the same month. From there, the division undertook a strategic withdrawal through Zimovniki, Proletarskaya, securing the bridge over the Manik River, and continued through Zelina and Yegorlikskaya, finally reaching Bataisk and Rostov. Finally, on February 4th, it managed to escape through the Rostov Gap. In the first week of November 1942, the division was moved from the bend of the Terek River to the Urukh-Alagir sector, with the objective of joining a renewed advance eastward. Instead of heading toward Grozny, The offensive was directed toward Ordzhonikidze. Its arrival was crucial in rescuing the 13th Panzer Division, which was besieged in Geisel. After breaking the encirclement, the unit assumed defensive positions behind the Fiagden River. The collapse of the 6th Army in Stalingrad changed strategic priorities, relegating the Caucasus to a secondary role. Faced with the inability to free the trapped forces in the city and the unstoppable advance of the Red Army, the situation in the region became unsustainable. In response, the SS Viking Division was one of the first to be withdrawn to reinforce the 4th Panzer Army in its retreat. From December 24th, it began its transfer to Remontnaya, arriving on December 31st. From there, it initiated a strategic retreat, passing through Zimovniki, Proletarskaya, securing an important crossing over the Manik, then traversing Zelina and Yegorlikskaya, continuing towards Bataisk and Rostov. Finally, on February 4th, it managed to escape through the breach in Rostov. By the end of November 1942, the unit was redesignated as the 5th SS Panzergrenadier Division Viking, consolidating its prestige as one of the elite formations. In the early months of 1943, it received orders to withdraw to southern Ukraine near Kharkov, where fierce battles were raging following the abandonment of the city by Paul Hausser's 2nd SS Panzer Corps. With Erich von Manstein in command of Army Group South, the 5th SS Viking and the 11th Panzer Division were sent against the Popov Mobile Group, a powerful Soviet armored force threatening to cut a key railway line. However, the 5th SS Viking faced serious difficulties. Its Panzer Grenadier regiments had been decimated after the exhausting Caucasus campaign, and its armored battalion lacked sufficient tanks to face the enemy. Despite these obstacles, the division managed to contain the Soviet assault, defending the vital supply line and contributing to the annihilation of the Popov Mobile Group. After the recapture of Kharkov, the 5th SS Viking was withdrawn from combat to be reinforced and reorganized as a Panzergrenadier division. Thanks to the intervention of Heinrich Himmler and Paul Hausser, it was established that all Waffen SS Panzergrenadier divisions would have a tank regiment instead of a single battalion. This modification effectively made these units full-fledged panzer divisions, even though they were not officially designated as such. With this reorganization, the 5th SS Viking received Schützenpanzerwagen SDKFZ, 251 for one of its infantry battalions, and on February 28, 1943, the creation of a new panzer battalion began. However, this unit would not see combat until more than a year later, when it participated in the Battle of Kovel. In the second half of 1943, the 5th SS Viking underwent a series of significant changes. Its commander, Felix Steiner, who had been promoted to Gruppenführer, was transferred to lead the 3rd Germanic SS Panzer Corps, which was in the process of being formed in Croatia. His replacement was Herbert Otto Giel, an officer who would soon prove his ability to lead the unit. At the same time, the remnants of the SS Regiment Nordland, along with its commander Fritz von Scholz, were removed from the division and used as the foundation for the creation of the 11th SS Freiwilligen Panzergrenadier Division Nordland. Meanwhile, the Finnisches Freiwilligen Bataillon der Waffen SS was disbanded as the 2-year service commitment agreed upon for Finnish soldiers had ended. To compensate for the loss of these troops, as well as that of the Regiment Nordland, the Estnisches Freiwilligen Panzergrenadier Bataillon Narwa, composed of Estonian recruits, was incorporated into the division. While the division was undergoing re-equipment, it participated in minor skirmishes against partisans. The reorganization was completed by the end of June, at which point it was transferred to Izium, where, along with the 23rd Panzer Division, it became part of Manstein's Army Group Reserve in preparation for the imminent Operation Citadel. As the offensive was underway, several Soviet units launched simultaneous attacks towards Orel and Kharkov. The 5th SS Viking engaged Soviet forces near Kharkov, where the Estonian soldiers of the division proved their effectiveness by destroying approximately 100 Soviet tanks over several days of combat. Even after the cancellation of the German offensive, the division continued fighting to contain Soviet attacks. Further south, on the Mius front, a major Soviet offensive, Operation Rumyantsev, threatened to break through German lines. To confront this crisis, the 5th SS Viking was reinforced with the 3rd SS Panzergrenadier Division Totenkopf and the 2nd SS Panzergrenadier Division Das Reich, being sent to the Mius-Bogodukov sector with the goal of halting the Soviet advance. In the ensuing battles, the SS divisions managed to defeat 2 Soviet armored armies with a combined total of more than 1,000 tanks, destroying around 800 enemy armored vehicles. Despite the intensity of the combat, the SS divisions never had more than 50 operational panzers at any given time. In October, the 5th SS Viking was withdrawn from the front once again, this time to be reorganized as a panzer division, adopting the new name of the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking. To increase the division's operational capacity, the volunteer Walloon unit, 5th SS Sturmbrigade Wallonienne, under the leadership of Léon de Grelle, was assigned to it. Initially, many veterans of the 5th SS Viking were skeptical of their combat performance, but the Walloons earned their respect after proving their capability in battle near Teclino, where they led an assault into enemy territory. At the same time, the creation of a 2nd Panzer Battalion in Germany was ordered. While the 5th SS Viking fought near Teclino, various armored formations of the Red Army advanced along the flanks of the sector, managing to encircle the German troops belonging to the ex-Erzken and 11th Army Corps in the Korsun area. During the Battle of the Corsun-Cherkassy Pocket, the 5th SS Viking was tasked with containing Soviet attacks on the eastern side of the encirclement, while General Wilhelm Stemmermann, commander of the trapped German forces, organized the movement of his troops westward with the intent to break the encirclement. The 5th SS Viking, along with the 5th SS Sturmbrigade Wallonien, was ordered to remain in the rear and defend the position. They resisted multiple Soviet attempts to breach their lines near Novaya Buda, and after repelling enemy assaults, began a gradual retreat, moving in sections under the cover of night. As they crossed the Hell's Passage, the division was subjected to intense artillery fire and Soviet attacks, suffering heavy losses in both personnel and equipment. The 5th SS Viking was severely battered in the Korsun battles, but its commander, Herbert Otto Gill, remained with his men in the fight and did not abandon the front line until the last survivors managed to escape. He was among the last to cross the Niloy-Tikich River to safety. After the withdrawal and reorganization, the 5th SS Sturmbrigade Wallonien was separated from the division and reassigned to other operations. After a short period of rest and resupply, the 5th SS Viking was deployed to reinforce the defense of Kovel, where a powerful Soviet offensive threatened to take the city. Herbert Otto Gill organized a defensive perimeter around the town, but his forces soon became completely encircled by the Red Army. To break the siege, reinforcements were sent from Germany, including the 2nd Battalion of the SS Panzer Regiment 5 Viking, equipped with the newly introduced Panther tanks, and the 3rd Battalion of the SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment Germania, which had been reinforced and was at full combat capacity. These units formed a relief contingent under the leadership of Obersturmführer Karl Nicolussi Lech, commander of the 8th Company of the 2nd Battalion of the SS Panzer Regiment 5 Viking. Leading 5 Panthers, Nicolussi Lech ordered an immediate attack on Soviet positions, advancing decisively toward the besieged city. However, shortly after the assault began, he received a radio communication from inside the encirclement instructing him to halt the offensive and withdraw. In an act of defiance, and assuming the risk of a court-martial, he ordered his radio operator to ignore the instruction and continue the operation. During the advance, he managed to breach the Soviet encirclement, destroying multiple enemy tanks. His Panther was the first to break through Soviet lines, an action for which he was awarded the Knight's Cross of the Iron Cross. Once a corridor was secured for the trapped troops in Kovel, the evacuation began. Unlike the Korsun retreat, this time the 5th SS Viking managed to escape with most of its equipment and weaponry in operational condition. Battleships in Hell, the 5th SS Viking on the Eastern Front, 1944. At the end of August 1944, the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking received orders to move to Modlin, along the Vistula River near Warsaw, to integrate into the newly formed army group Vistula. In collaboration with the Fallschirm Panzer Division 1 Hermann Göring, the unit achieved the total destruction of the 3rd Tank Corps of the Red Army. The Soviet advance was halted with the outbreak of the Warsaw Uprising, leading to a period of relative calm on the front. Meanwhile, inside the city, Höhere SS und Polizeiführer Erich von dem Bach-Zelewski carried out the brutal suppression of the insurrection, annihilating both the Armia Krajowa and the civilian population, leaving Warsaw in ruins. The 5th SS Viking remained in the Modlin region for the rest of the year, operating alongside the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf within the 4th SS Panzer Corps. During this time, Herbert Otto Gieler was promoted to command of the SS Panzer Corps, leaving leadership of the division briefly in the hands of Oberführer Dr. Eduard Deisenhofer. Shortly after, command was transferred to Standartenführer Johannes Mühlenkamp, then commander of the SS Panzer Regiment 5 Viking. During the last months of the year, the division faced intense defensive battles in the Modlin area. In October, Mühlenkamp was replaced by Oberführer Karl Ulrich, who would remain in command of the unit until the end of the war. In December 1944, the German forces trapped in Budapest, including the 9th SS Mountain Corps, were completely encircled. In response, the 4th SS Panzer Corps received orders to move south to join Hermann Balck's 6th Army, Army Group Balck, and participate in a rescue operation known as Operation Conrad. On January 1, 1945, the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking went into action as part of Operation Conrad I, fighting alongside the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf. In the vicinity of Tata, the division's forward forces engaged the 4th Guards Tank Army of the Red Army, triggering fierce combat in which both SS divisions destroyed a significant number of Soviet armored vehicles. In just 3 days, the offensive advanced 45 kilometers through difficult terrain, covering more than half the distance to Budapest. However, the Soviets reinforced their defensive lines and managed to halt the offensive at Bicske, just 28 kilometers from the Hungarian capital. Seeing the advance frustrated, Herbert Otto Gieler ordered the withdrawal of the 5th SS Viking, relocating it to a position south of Esztergom, near a strategic bend in the Danube River. There, on January 7th, a second attempt to break the encirclement began, Operation Conrad II. Despite harsh winter conditions, the division advanced southward with the objective of liberating Budapest. By January 12th, the SS Panzer Grenadier Regiment Westland had reached Pilisentkerest, positioning itself less than 20 kilometers from Buda. That morning, soldiers could see the city's towers and domes emerging through the mist. However, the advance had extended too far, leaving the division exposed to Soviet counterattacks. Unable to consolidate their position, the troops were ordered to withdraw and reorganize. Adolf Hitler, enraged by the lack of results, called the operation a complete waste. A third attempt to break the siege, Operation Conrad III, was launched alongside the 3rd Panzer Corps in a sector 100 kilometers to the south. During the offensive, German forces managed to penetrate 24 kilometers of the Soviet defensive line and destroyed the 135th Rifle Corps. However, the Red Army's rapid response, deploying additional reinforcements, prevented the Germans from achieving a decisive breakthrough. By the end of January, the 5th SS Viking and the 3rd SS Totenkopf had suffered nearly 8,000 casualties, including more than 200 officers. In February 1945, the German troops trapped in Budapest finally capitulated. The 5th SS Viking received orders to withdraw towards Lake Balaton, where Sepp Dietrich's 6th SS Panzer Army was preparing for a new offensive. After the collapse of Conrad III, the 5th SS Viking adopted a defensive posture, gradually retreating towards Czechoslovakia. During the battles west of Budapest, the division suffered severe attrition, leaving it in a weakened position. By the start of Operation Frühlingserwachen, the division was too depleted to participate in the main offensive and was relegated to support tasks within the 6th SS Panzer Army during the initial phases of the attack. During Operation Frühlingserwachen, the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking was deployed on the left flank of the offensive, occupying a position between Velencesi and Stuhlweissenberg. As the German offensive advanced, the division had to endure intense combat against the Red Army, which attempted to encircle the German forces through flanking maneuvers. However, when the German offensive stalled, the Soviets launched a massive counteroffensive on March 15th, known as the Vienna Operation. The attack targeted the line between the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf positioned north of the 5th SS Viking and the 2nd Hungarian Armoured Division, causing a rupture in contact between these units. In response, General Hermann Balck proposed quickly moving the ISS Panzer Corps to close the gap and prevent the IVSS Panzer Corps from being encircled. However, Hitler's approval took too long, and by the time the maneuver was finally authorized, the situation was already critical. By March 22nd, the 5th SS Viking and the 3rd SS Totenkopf were nearly completely surrounded by the Soviet advance. In an attempt to prevent total collapse, Balck sent the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen into battle to keep the Berhida corridor open. The fighting was fierce, and the Hohenstaufen suffered enormous casualties, but their sacrifice allowed the 4th SS Panzer Corps to escape encirclement. On March 24th, a new Soviet assault forced the exhausted German forces to retreat towards Vienna. Amid the chaos, contact with the ISS Panzer Corps was lost, shattering any attempt to establish a coordinated defense. Seeing that the situation was unsustainable, the 5th SS Viking continued its withdrawal towards Czechoslovakia, engaging in defensive battles as it moved westward. On the night of May 12th to 13th, 1945, the headquarters of the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking reached the American lines near Rastatt and Wagrain, where the unit formally surrendered. The commanding officers attempted to secure two key conditions: avoiding being handed over to the Soviets and retaining their vehicles during the process. The Americans accepted these terms. On June 1st, 1945, with minimal escort, the remnants of the division embarked on a long convoy march from Wagrain, passing through towns such as Markt Pongau, Bischofshofen, Golling, Hallein, Salzburg, Freilassing, Traunstein, Rosenheim, Bad Aibling, and Bad Tölz, finally reaching Eberfing. In several areas, the local population gathered along the road, offering cigarettes, food, and flowers to the soldiers despite the presence of American troops in the streets. At one point along the highway, a high-ranking American officer drove past the column in his jeep, standing up to salute while repeatedly shouting, "Bravo! Viking Division!" However, any illusion of favorable treatment quickly crumbled. Conditions in the Allied prisoner camps proved devastating. The lack of food, disease, and brutal treatment claimed the lives of many Waffen SS veterans. Regarding its combat history, the division accumulated a significant number of decorations. Throughout the war, 67 of its members were awarded the Knight's Cross, including 3 unconfirmed cases. Among them, 8 received oak leaves, 3 were distinguished with swords, and 1 was awarded diamonds. Shadows of the 5th SS Viking, War Crimes, and the infamous Joseph Mengele. During its deployment on the Eastern Front, certain elements of the 5th SS Panzer Division Viking were complicit in war crimes in coordination with Einsatzgruppe A. Testimonies indicate that a supply unit led by Obersturmführer Braunagel and Untersturmführer Kochalty collaborated in the persecution and extermination of Ukrainian Jews. Prisoners were forced to march through a corridor of soldiers who brutally beat them as they advanced, only to be executed by Einsatzgruppen officers at the end of the passage. Their bodies were thrown into a bomb crater. The involvement of the 1st Mountain Division in these events is also suspected. In total, between 50 and 60 Jews were executed in this manner as part of a broader operation that claimed the lives of more than 700 people. Historian Eleanor Lapin, from the Institute for the History of Jews in Austria, has documented multiple atrocities committed by members of the 5th SS Viking in her research, The Death Marches of Hungarian Jews Through Austria, in the spring of 1945. On March 28, 1945, a group of 80 Jews deemed fit to continue an evacuation march was executed by 3 soldiers of the 5th SS Viking and 5 military police officers. Days later, on April 4th, 20 prisoners from another evacuation column attempted to escape near Eggenfeld in the vicinity of Gratkorn. Captured by division troops stationed in the area, they were led to a ravine and executed by firing squad. In the following days, between April 7th and 11th, another 18 prisoners who attempted to flee were also executed. Despite the severity of these accusations, the war crimes attributed to the 5th SS Viking have not been fully verified, largely because the division was not prosecuted at the Nuremberg trials, leaving many of its actions without formal judgment or official condemnation. Among the names associated with the 5th SS Viking, Dr. Josef Mengele stands out for the infamy he would later achieve in the Nazi concentration camps. During the division's early campaigns, Mengele served as a combat medic and was awarded the Iron Cross for rescuing 2 wounded soldiers under enemy fire. However, after sustaining an injury on the front, he was declared unfit for combat and transferred to the SS concentration camp system, where he gained notoriety for his cruel medical experiments and ruthless selection of prisoners for execution at Auschwitz. Despite his legacy of horror, Mengele always took pride in his time in the Waffen SS and the decorations he received in battle. Over time, as the atrocities of the extermination camps were revealed, many of his former comrades attempted to erase his name from the division's veteran records in an effort to dissociate him from their military history. Herbert Otto Giel, the steel strategist of the Waffen SS. Within this brutal division, undoubtedly the most prominent figure was Herbert Otto Giel. This Waffen SS general not only commanded the legendary Viking division, but also rose to lead the 4th SS Panzer Corps, becoming one of the most decorated officers in the organization. Giel began his career in the SS in 1931 after joining the National Socialist Party. His rise was swift. In 1932, he took command of a platoon in the 49th SS Standard in Braunschweig, and the following year he was promoted to SS Sturmführer. However, his career was interrupted in 1933 when he was expelled from the party and the SS due to accusations of conspiracy against local leaders. In 1934, after a review of his case, he was acquitted and reinstated, resuming his career within the organization. As the SS Verfügungstruppe evolved into an elite military force, Giel established himself as a distinguished leader. He was assigned to the SS Standarte Deutschland and later to the SS Standarte Germania, where he commanded the 2nd Battalion. In 1937, he was promoted to SS Sturmbannführer and completed advanced command courses in Döberitz and Jüterbog, focusing on infantry and artillery tactics. When World War II broke out, Giel was commanding an artillery battalion during the invasion of Poland, which earned him a promotion to SS Obersturmbannführer in October 1939. During the 1940 campaign in France, he continued leading his unit and remained in combat until the end of the offensive. His career advanced quickly, and in January 1941, he was promoted to SS Standartenführer, obtaining command of the artillery regiment of the Viking division. As the war progressed, Giel demonstrated great skill in military leadership. During the invasion of the Soviet Union in 1941, he led his units in key battles, earning successive promotions until reaching the rank of SS Oberführer in October of that year. In 1942, his performance in the Kuban earned him the Knight's Cross, and he was promoted to SS Brigadeführer in December. In May 1943, he was appointed commander of the Viking Division, leading it in intense battles in Ukraine and the Caucasus. One of the most critical moments of his career came in January 1944, when the Viking Division was encircled in the Corsun-Cherkassy pocket. Giel led the breakout offensive, enabling part of the German forces to escape the encirclement. His role in this operation earned him the swords for his Knight's Cross. Months later, in Kovel, he led the defense of the city, which was surrounded by the Red Army, holding out until being rescued. In recognition of his actions, he received the diamonds for his Knight's Cross in April 1944. In August 1944, Giel left command of the Viking Division and assumed leadership of the 4th SS Panzer Corps. In this new role, he participated in the defense of Warsaw and the Battle of Radzimin. In November 1944, he was promoted to SS Obergruppenführer. In January 1945, his corps took part in the failed Operation Conrad, an attempt to break the Soviet siege of Budapest, which resulted in massive losses. Later, during Operation Spring Awakening, his forces attempted one last counter-offensive at Lake Balaton, but were forced to retreat. In the 1950s, Herbert Otto Giel became actively involved in HIAG, an organization created by former Waffen SS members in West Germany to improve the image of its former combatants and advocate for their legal recognition and financial benefits. Alongside figures such as Felix Steiner, Otto Kumm, and Paul Hauser, he played a key role in consolidating the group. In 1951, Giel founded the publication Viking Ruf, Call of the Viking, a newspaper primarily aimed at veterans of the Viking Division, covering topics related to their military past and post-war situation. On December 26, 1966, Herbert Otto Gieler passed away from a heart attack in the town of Stemmen near Hanover, where he was buried in the local cemetery. Felix Steiner, the architect of armored power in the Waffen SS. Another of the most important commanders of the SS, Felix Steiner, is recognized as one of the most innovative and strategic generals within the Waffen SS during World War II. His meteoric rise came after his brilliant leadership of the Deutschland Regiment, which earned him the trust of Heinrich Himmler, who entrusted him with the creation of the Viking Panzer Division. Born on May 23, 1896 in Stallupönen, East Prussia, Steiner began his military career in 1914 by joining as a cadet in the Prussian Officer Corps, just as Germany entered World War I. His performance in combat earned him the Iron Cross First and Second Class, and by the end of the conflict, he had reached the rank of Oberleutnant. After the war, he led a Freikorps unit in Memel, East Prussia, before rejoining the army in 1922. His career advanced quickly, and by 1933 he already held the rank of Major. With the rise of Nazism to power, Steiner worked in the General Staff of the Reichswehr, specializing in tactics and military training methods. During this period, he became fascinated by the doctrines of the Schutzstaffel SS and the Sturmabteilung SA, particularly the training model of the SS Verfügungstruppe SSVT, which promoted a closer and more trust-based relationship between officers and soldiers, in contrast to the rigid traditional Prussian system of the German army. In 1935, he officially joined the SS and was given command of a battalion within the SSVT. His rapid adaptation and effectiveness allowed him to rise quickly to the rank of SS Standartenführer, Colonel, taking command of the SS Deutschland Regiment. At the beginning of World War II, he was already an SS Oberführer and continued to command the regiment. His outstanding participation in the invasion of Poland and the Battle of France earned him the Knight's Cross on August 15, 1940. After the campaign ended, Himmler selected him to oversee the creation of a new Waffen SS division, composed of volunteers from Western and Northern Europe. Thus, the Viking Division was born, made up of fighters from the Netherlands, Wallonia, and Scandinavia, including the Freikorps Denmark Regiment. Within the Viking Division, Felix Steiner managed to form a highly effective combat force, integrating soldiers of diverse nationalities and cultures, a challenge that was not easy to overcome. His leadership remained firm in multiple brutal engagements on the Eastern Front from 1941 until his appointment as commander of the 3rd SS Panzer Corps, Germanic. Although some historians have documented the participation of this division in war crimes and massacres of civilians, the official Viking combat reports do not mention such accusations. Steiner had a clear stance on the Commissar order. No rational officer would enforce such an order. For him, such a directive went against the ideal behavior of a soldier, undermined discipline, and provided no benefit to combat morale. Even if the order had justification within Nazi ideology, Steiner claimed that he would have instructed his troops to ignore it completely. To provide context, the Commissar order was a directive issued directly by Adolf Hitler, ordering the immediate execution of any captured Soviet political commissar on the battlefield. This order came into effect with the start of Operation Barbarossa on June 22, 1941. In January 1945, Steiner and his 3rd SS Panzer Corps, Germanic, were evacuated from the Kurland pocket to reinforce the defense of German territory against the advancing Red Army. The 3rd SS Panzer Corps was incorporated into Army Group Vistula and subordinated to the newly created 11th SS Panzer Army, although this army only existed on paper. When Soviet forces reached the Oder River, the 11th SS Panzer Army disintegrated, and the 3rd SS Panzer Corps was transferred to the 3rd Panzer Army as a strategic reserve during the final offensive on Berlin. During the Battle of Halbe, one of the first major engagements of the Soviet offensive, Generaloberst Gotthard Heinrici, commander of Army Group Vistula, ordered the transfer of most of the divisions under the command of the 3rd SS Panzer Corps to the 9th German Army, led by General of Infantry Theodor Busse. Steiner was always one of Hitler's favorite commanders, who admired his ability to solve tasks quickly and effectively. Additionally, his loyalty to the Waffen SS, rather than the traditional Prussian officer corps to which most of his colleagues belonged, made him a key figure within the Nazi high command. Even Joseph Goebbels praised his determination in a diary entry dated March 1, 1945. He is an energetic man with absolute clarity in each of his actions. Any mission entrusted to him, he carries out with total dedication and commitment. On April 21, 1945, the First Belarusian Front, led by Marshal Zhukov, managed to break through the German defenses at Seelow Heights, leaving the road to Berlin open. In a state of panic, Hitler ordered Steiner to launch an immediate counterattack with the disorganized units under his command, known as Armeeabteilung Steiner, Steiner's army detachment. In practice, this detachment was nothing more than a corps with extremely limited resources, far from being an effective offensive force. Hitler's plan was for Steiner to attack the northern flank of the Soviet breakthrough, while Theodor Busse's Ninth Army would advance from the south in an attempt to encircle Zhukov's forces in a pincer movement. To reinforce the offensive, Steiner was to receive 3 additional divisions from the CI Army Corps, the 4th SS Polizei Division, the 5th Jäger Division, and the 25th Panzer Grenadier Division. These units were located north of the Fino Canal, just behind the First Belarusian Front. Additionally, Hellmuth Weidling's 56th Panzer Corps, positioned east of Berlin with an exposed position in Verneuken, was also to participate in the attack. The objective was for the 3 divisions of the CI Army Corps to advance from the south, departing from Eberswald towards the Fino Canal, while the LVI Panzer Corps would act in conjunction to split the First Belarusian Front in 2 and facilitate its destruction. However, Steiner informed Heinrich that the plan was completely unfeasible. The 5th Jäger Division and the 25th Panzer Grenadier Division were in defensive positions and could not abandon their lines until the 2nd Naval Division arrived to replace them, which would delay any offensive action. As a result, Steiner only had 2 battalions of the 4th SS Polizei Division available, but they lacked proper equipment and were insufficient to carry out an operation of that magnitude. According to Steiner's testimony, Heinrich contacted General der Infanterie Hans Krebs, Chief of Staff of the German Army High Command, Oberkommando des Heeres, OKH, by phone to inform him that the attack plan could not be executed. Heinrich requested to speak directly with Hitler to explain the situation, but he was told that the Führer was too busy to take the call. On April 22, 1945, during a meeting with his general staff, Hitler finally realized that Steiner would not launch the offensive he had been desperately waiting for. Enraged, he erupted into a violent fit of fury, blaming his generals for Germany's imminent defeat. At that moment, he proclaimed his decision to remain in Berlin until the end and to take his own life amid the ruins of the Reich's capital. That same day, Generalleutnant Rudolf Holst was given command of the few remaining forces of Steiner that were still capable of fighting, and he was ordered to participate in a final desperate attempt to break the Soviet encirclement of Berlin. According to this plan, Holster would attack from the north, while General der Panzertruppe Walter Wenck would advance from the west and Theodor Busse from the south. However, as feared, the operation turned out to be a complete failure. The exhausted, disorganized, and demoralized German troops failed to achieve any significant breakthrough. On April 27, 1945, Soviet forces advancing from the north and south of Berlin met in the western sector of the city, sealing its final fate. After Germany's surrender, Steiner was captured and imprisoned until 1948. He was brought before the Nuremberg trials, but all charges against him were dismissed due to lack of evidence, leading to his release. In his later years, he dedicated himself to writing his memoirs and several works about the war. Felix Steiner passed away on May 12, 1966. Freikorps Danmark, the Danish volunteers in the Waffen SS. Denmark occupied a unique position within German-dominated Europe. Although it was invaded by the Wehrmacht during Operation Weserübung between April 8 and 9, 1940, it managed to retain its own government, albeit operating under German military supervision. After the launch of Operation Barbarossa on June 22, 1941, when Germany initiated its offensive against the Soviet Union, Denmark severed diplomatic relations with Moscow and signed the Anti-Comintern Pact, which automatically aligned it in a state of war against the USSR. On April 20, 1940, recruitment of Scandinavian volunteers was announced in both Denmark and Norway to form a new unit called Regiment Nordland, intended to serve within the German armed forces. Young Norwegians and Danes, aged 17 to 23, were encouraged to enlist for a minimum period of 2 years. As part of the agreement, those who enlisted automatically received German citizenship, with the same rights and privileges as a Reichsdeutscher, native German citizen. Initially, about 200 Danes responded to the call. On July 4, 1941, the Danish government issued a statement announcing the creation of a regiment identified as Frikorps Danmark, under the command of Lieutenant Colonel Christian Peder Krissing, an artillery officer of the Danish army. The unit's name combined German and Danish terms. The word Frikorps, of German origin, means volunteer corps or free corps, while Denmark referred to the Scandinavian nation. However, the Danes themselves referred to it as Frikorps Danmark, a term that evoked the former Danish Volunteer Expeditionary Force, which, after the 1917 revolution, had fought in the Russian Civil War alongside anti-Bolshevik forces in the Baltic states. In February 1941, Danish authorities revoked the law that prohibited the recruitment of Danish citizens by foreign armies. However, by that time, around 600 Danish volunteers had already joined the ranks of the Waffen SS, primarily within Regiment Nordland. The Danish Nazi movement, known as Danmarks National Socialistiske Arbeiderparti, DNSAP, had emerged in 1930. However, the Danish population's response to recruitment in the Waffen SS was limited. The harsh training and mistreatment by SS instructors discouraged many, and by the fall of 1941, only 200 to 300 Danish volunteers remained, most of them integrated into Regiment Nordland of the Viking Division. Despite the initially low participation, various negotiations and Denmark's status as a protectorate rather than an occupied territory facilitated an increase in the number of recruits. As an incentive, members of the Danish army who voluntarily joined the Waffen SS were allowed to retain their years of service and pension rights. With the tacit consent of the Danish government, enlistment numbers increased, and by September 1941, more than 1,000 volunteers had joined the ranks of the Waffen SS. By the end of 1941, Frikorps Danmark had a total strength of 1,164 men. The unit was equipped with standard Waffen SS gear and was distinguished by an armband on the left sleeve of the uniform, bearing the name Frikorps Danmark, along with a national shield above it, displaying the colours of the Danish flag. On the uniform's collar, members also wore an insignia with national colours, alongside the SS runes and the Trifos symbol. In November 1941, the commander of Frikorps Danmark, Christian Peder Krissing, clashed with several officers of the unit who were loyal to the Nazi party. Even Heinrich Himmler was skeptical of Krissing, who wanted Frikorps Danmark to be an apolitical unit, rather than fully aligned with Nazi ideology. Despite growing pressure in Denmark for FD to adopt a more political and Nazi stance, the situation culminated in Krissing travelling to Berlin with his son Jens Krissing, where he was presented with the option to resign and return to Denmark or be transferred to an artillery regiment of the Waffen SS. Krissing chose the second option. Following this conflict, SS Hauptsturmführer Knud Borger Martinsen was appointed as the temporary commander of FD by Himmler and remained in charge until February 1942. That month, Christian Friedrich von Schalburg, who had served in the 5th SS Panzergrenadier Division Viking in Russia, specifically in Regiment Germania, was appointed as the new commander of Frikorps Danmark. In May 1942, the Danish volunteer unit, designated as Frikorps Danmark, was deployed to the Eastern Front to reinforce the Totenkopf Division, which was engaged in intense defensive fighting in the Demyansk area. Its commander, SS Sturmbannführer Christian Friedrich von Schalburg, former leader of the DNSAP, fell in battle during these operations. In June 1942, after the Soviet capture of Vasilievshchina, Frikorps Danmark received orders to retake the city, which it accomplished after intense combat against the Red Army, which had air and armoured support. Despite being recognized for its performance in battle, the unit suffered enormous losses. By August 1942, only 22% of its original force remained combat capable. After a brief stay in Denmark to recover, the veterans of Freikorps were met with jeers instead of honors, reflecting the widespread rejection among the Danish population toward their participation in the war. In December 1942, the unit was sent back to the front, this time to the Veliki Luki region, where it faced violent attacks from the NKVD's internal security forces. Soviet pressure temporarily forced the Danes to retreat, although they retook their positions the following day at great cost. In January 1943, the German army began a general withdrawal from the area, allowing Soviet forces to regain control. Later, Freikorps Danmark was relocated north, where it participated in the destruction of enemy positions in Teide. In March 1943, the unit was sent to Grafenwohr, Germany, and was ultimately disbanded in May of the same year. As a distinctive insignia, Danish volunteers wore their national colors on the collar of their uniforms, combined with the SS runic symbols. They also bore a shield with national colors and an armband featuring the unit's name. The Danish volunteers formed a battalion of 1,164 men who fought on the Eastern Front. Their most notable participation occurred during the Demyansk Pocket, where they fought alongside the 3rd SS Totenkopf Division. Among them, the 24th SS Regiment stood out, commanded by Per Sorensen, a lieutenant of the Danish army who voluntarily joined the Waffen SS due to his strong opposition to communism. After completing his training at the SS officer school in Bad Tolz, he rejoined the Danish Legion. Sorensen played a crucial role in the battles of Demyansk, where he lost 160 of his 200 men, but managed to hold his assigned positions, resisting multiple Soviet attacks. On July 16, 1942, aware of the critical situation, he contacted his command to inform them that his forces were at their limit, but assured them that he would defend the position to the end. The next day, his troops faced a fierce assault from a Soviet battalion supported by armored vehicles. Despite the overwhelming pressure, just when it seemed they could not hold out any longer, the Russian forces ultimately withdrew. After his distinguished performance on the Eastern Front, Sorensen was sent to Berlin in the final days of the war. During the most intense battles in the German capital, he led the defense of a tram station where he met his death. While attempting to climb a post to identify enemy positions, a Soviet sniper shot him, killing him instantly. His men, despite the desperate situation and under relentless Soviet bombardment, took a moment to pay tribute to their leader. He was buried in the Plötzensee cemetery, where other Danish and German fighters from the Nordland Division also rested. The farewell ceremony was carried out with solemnity. Sergeant Hermann delivered a speech in his honor, followed by 3 volleys from the guard. One by one, Germans and Danes passed by the grave, throwing a handful of soil as a sign of respect. An artillery auxiliary from the Luftwaffe placed a bouquet of flowers on the tomb. Freikorps Danmark, under the command of Christian Friedrich von Schalberg, operated with the backing of the Danish government, which provided funding and logistical support. However, at the end of the war, many of its members were tried for treason. Danish authorities officially declared that those who had enlisted should have understood that the government acted under pressure when allowing the formation of Freikorps Danmark and signing the Anti-Comintern Pact. The Waffen SS was the elite of the German army during the Second World War. With a reputation for carrying out extremely daring operations, the armed forces of the SS were present from the invasion of Poland to the fall of Berlin into the hands of the Red Army. Accused of committing countless war crimes, the men of the Waffen SS were branded as criminals and sentenced to a bitter fate at the conclusion of the conflict. Today, followers, we will see what happened to these men after the fall of the Third Reich. After the defeat in Normandy and the Soviet offensive of 1944, the SS attempted to delay the inevitable by fighting to the bitter end. The SS fought fanatically, convinced they were truly super soldiers, dying by the thousands, neither giving nor asking for mercy. The average life expectancy of a Waffen SS soldier on the front line was 2 months. After defeating the Allies in Arnhem, their last significant action would take place during the Reich's final offensive, the Battle of the Bulge. In this battle, special commands led by Otto Skorzeny, who acted in the rear of the American army creating tremendous chaos, and Kampfgruppe Peiper, which advanced further than anyone on the American front, stood out. By 1945, most German units were fighting not only to resist the Soviets a little longer, but also for simple survival. In mid-March 1945, the Germans formed elements of several SS units into a combat group to defend the Hungarian village of Sored from a Soviet attack. Hans Geissendorf, an officer in the Sturmgeschütz battalion of the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf, witnessed the futile struggle of his SS soldiers. Running out of ammunition for their various weapons, the SS soldiers resorted to using knives and trench tools to defend themselves. The Soviet forces offered the Germans the opportunity to surrender. When the Germans rejected the offer, the Russians attacked with force. Waves of communist soldiers advanced, supported by heavy Soviet tanks. A reconstituted battalion of the Nordland Division, which had subsequently joined the Viking Division, accompanied the assault gun battalion. As the Soviets encircled the German units in the nearby town of Stuhlweissenburg, the morale of the Viking Division began to break. Oberfuhrer Karl Ulrich decided to save his division from destruction. He ordered his troops to break the encirclement on March 22nd. This was against Hitler's policy that German forces should not cede ground. Another German SS division, the 9th SS Panzer Division Hohenstaufen, fought to keep an escape corridor open for the Viking troops. Hitler erupted in anger upon learning of the retreat of Wehrmacht and SS units. 5 days later, he issued orders that the men of the Hohenstaufen division should remove the distinctive armbands indicating they belonged to an elite division. The death knell of Nazi Germany sounded in Berlin. Trapped between advancing Allied armies from the east and west, many Waffen SS units were ordered to Berlin to participate in what would be the final battle. By this point, virtually all German units were shadows of their former selves, decimated in men and short of weapons, equipment and fuel. Divisions were reduced to battalion strength. Despite everything, the SS continued to fight. The bonds between their soldiers, forged by years of fighting side by side, kept them steadfast. This was true for both native Germans and foreign SS soldiers. They were determined to fight to the end, largely because they had nowhere to go. Returning home was not an option, and being captured by the Soviets meant almost certain death. Even in the last desperate days, the idea of surrendering our weapons 5 days before the end of the war. At the end of April, Himmler himself made an offer of unconditional surrender through an intermediary to General Dwight Eisenhower, the supreme commander of the Allied forces in Europe. Hitler learned of the offer by radio on April 29, 1945. In one of his last official acts, the German leader ordered Himmler to be stripped of all his ranks and positions. On May 6, 1945, Hitler's successor, President of the Reich and Admiral Karl Dönitz, formally relieved Himmler of his duties, following Hitler's orders. Despite his promise to all SS men to take full responsibility for their actions, the former SS chief planned to disappear, wearing the uniform of the secret field police and carrying documents in the name of Heinrich Hitzinger. On May 20th, Soviet troops captured Hitzinger and handed him over to the British, to whom Himmler confessed his true identity. While his captors attempted a body search, Himmler evaded them by biting down on a cyanide capsule. After the fall of the Third Reich and the death of Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, SS soldiers faced their brutal fate. Immersed in the uncertainty of a future marked by defeat, these elite warriors found themselves hunted by the Allies. Waffen SS soldiers returned home on foot. At that time, the railways were almost entirely destroyed. Roads had little asphalt, and rivers had to be crossed by swimming because the bridges had been bombed. With few farmers' carts available, many German soldiers returned from Belgium, France, Italy, and the Netherlands, hoping their families were alive in the countryside since the cities were devastated by Allied bombings. Many were shot without warning. The SS had a reputation for not taking prisoners and discouraging surrender. In the final stages of the war, numerous SS divisions attempted to surrender to the Western Allies, who were more inclined to take them as prisoners and generally avoided execution after processing. However, it was known that the Allies, both American and British, sometimes killed German soldiers attempting to surrender, regardless of whether they were SS or not. They avoided surrendering to Poles, French, and, curiously, Canadians. It was noted that Canadians only took SS prisoners if specifically ordered to do so, and it seems those orders had to be reiterated. Normandy had made the Canadians very unforgiving toward the SS. In contrast, the Soviets often summarily executed those who attempted to surrender, and if they managed to surrender successfully, their chances of survival were generally low, just like for any soldier or civilian captured by the Russians. When captured by the Western Allies, some of these divisions were returned to their country of origin or handed over to the Russians, especially if they had served extensively on the Eastern Front. Depending on the country of origin, some faced execution, while others were welcomed as heroes for fighting against communism or simply ignored. Those handed over to the Russians often faced execution or forced labor, and there were cases where the Soviets killed entire divisions of Waffen SS that had surrendered. In some cases, the number of survivors from these divisions after surrender was in single digits. Most of these men had the SS blood tattoo, and the Allies were aware of it. It was basically just a tattoo of their blood type. The Americans made all German POWs march in a straight line, shirtless and with their arms raised. If a blood group tattoo was seen, they were separated. Some SS members went to the extent of cutting their skin and using makeup to cover the tattoo. The Americans were provided with pamphlets on how German POWs would attempt to conceal these tattoos. When captured, they were identified and interrogated. If it was a lower rank who joined in 1943, they would be sent to a POW camp and later released. The SS began recruiting soldiers in 1943, so some men really had no choice and would be compensated with pensions. If it was a high-ranking SS officer, they were interrogated and sent either to a POW camp or executed. Upon capture, they would be stripped of their ranks, as they were no longer soldiers but POWs. Low-ranking SS soldiers had high hopes of surviving, especially if their documentation was destroyed. Since the Schutzstaffel officers destroyed much evidence that could be used against them from 1944 onwards, including documents indicating who belonged to the SS and the year they joined. Despite their crimes, the SS would be treated fairly by the Western Allies. That is what they sought when all hope was lost. However, the Soviets did not use a fair judicial system like the Western Allies did. In fact, much SS and Wehrmacht personnel were sent into Soviet custody and were never heard from again. To this day, some SS personnel are still missing. They simply vanished. The Soviets would lock them up in gulags, and they could either be released or remain there forever. Trials and post-war. With Himmler and Heydrich dead, the victorious Allies selected Ernst Kaltenbrunner, Heydrich's successor, as head of the Reich Main Security Office to represent the SS and all its crimes at the trial of the major war criminals in Nuremberg, which began in November 1945. The tribunal prosecutors also collectively accused and convicted the SS and Gestapo as criminal organizations. The leaders of three key SS organizations, the concentration camp administration, the Einsatzgruppen, and Himmler's Reich Commissariat for the Strengthening of German Nationhood, were tried in three subsequent Nuremberg trials under the auspices of the International Military Tribunal. Each of the victorious Allied powers and each of the reconstituted governments after the liberation from German occupation tried hundreds of mid- and lower-level SS officers. Although SS members continued to face trials in the Federal Republic of Germany and elsewhere after the end of World War II, even to this day, the vast majority of the SS and police never accounted for their crimes. After Kaltenbrunner's execution on October 16, 1946, the fate of the high-ranking SS officials varied greatly. Some were tried and executed, like Obersturmführer Fritz Knöchlein. Others were captured but died of natural causes before trial, like Oberführer Oskar Dirlewanger. Many were charged with war crimes and spent time in prison, like Brigadeführer Kurt Meyer. Beyond the four-nation process of the International Military Tribunal at Nuremberg, the occupation forces, including the United States, also conducted individual military tribunals in their respective zones. The trials presided over by the U.S. Army took place in Dachau from November 1945 to December 1947. The defendants included a wide range of individuals, from senior members of the German military, Nazi officials, concentration camp staff, and also civilians. They were accused of war crimes against Allied POWs and crimes perpetrated against civilians and Allied POWs in concentration camps, including Dachau. A component of the Dachau trials, the Malmedy massacre trial, took place over 2 months, from May to July 1946, focusing on the crimes of the Waffen SS against American POWs and Belgian civilians. The Malmedy massacre was a documented and publicized killing of unarmed American POWs by the 1st SES during the Battle of the Bulge. On December 17, 1944, elements of the 1st SS Panzer Regiment, commanded by Joachim Peiper, captured 113 American soldiers, gathered them in a field and machine-gunned them. Some survived by burying themselves under their comrades or playing dead, but 84 American POWs were murdered. In the 1946 trial, 74 SS members, including Joachim Peiper and Josef Sepp Dietrich, were charged with crimes. These men were detained in various locations after being defeated. After being identified as associated with units responsible for war crimes, they were interrogated in Schwäbisch Hall, Germany, by American soldiers who spoke several languages and had escaped Nazi persecution. Initially, the prisoners were kept together and had the opportunity to coordinate stories and plan their defense. The 7 survivors of Malmedy testified at the trial, which began on May 16th. Belgian civilian witnesses who saw the murder of unarmed civilians also testified. SS members testified under oath. Much of the statements were backed by nearly 100 testimonies presented to the court, including confessions and statements from some of the defendants implicating their co-defendants. The accused, in uniform, wore numbered identification cards around their necks. Only a few had the chance to testify. The prosecution argued that the murder of American POWs and others perpetrated by Peiper and his men was premeditated, resulting from Hitler's orders for a ruthless campaign to instill fear and terror. The defense argued that the killings happened in the midst of battle. After the trials concluded, the verdict came on July 16, 1946, condemning all the defendants. In Dachau, an American military tribunal sentenced 46 Waffen SS members, including Joachim Peiper, to death by hanging for crimes against Allied POWs. Another 23 received life sentences, and the rest received 10 to 20 years. What happened in the months and years following has become a topic of interest and investigation. The proceedings and pre-trial interrogations became highly publicized, controversial, and politicized. The convicted SS men claimed that American interrogators used illegal methods, including torture, and that all statements were forced. Former Chief Defense Counsel Colonel Willis Everett continued to work on behalf of the convicted men even after returning home in 1947. After the 1946 trial, controversies arose, and a commission was formed to investigate. In 1948, some death sentences were commuted to life imprisonment, but not for Joachim Peiper and others. In 1951, many were released, and the few remaining death sentences, including Peiper's, were commuted. In 1956, Peiper and others were released from Landsberg prison. Years after the conflict, former SS officers organized HIAG, a mutual aid association of former Waffen SS members. It was a lobbying group and veterans organization founded in West Germany in 1951, with the primary aim of achieving the legal rehabilitation of the Waffen SS. In 1951, Otto Kumm, a former SS brigade Führer, founded HIAG, which had over 20,000 members. The high-ranking Waffen SS general Paul Hauser was HIAG's spokesperson. Well-known former Waffen SS commanders, such as Felix Steiner and Herbert Gieler, became prominent figures. Sepp Dietrich and Kurt Meyer joined after being released from prison in 1955 and 1954, respectively. Meyer became HIAG's most effective spokesperson. After his death in 1961, Erich Eberhardt took over that role. Since 1949, the ban on forming veterans associations had been lifted. In October 1950, a group of former officers produced the Himmerod Memorandum, which they presented to German Chancellor Konrad Adenauer. They demanded the liberation of the German Waffen SS and the cessation of the defamation of German soldiers, including those of the Waffen SS. Kurt Meyer, a former Waffen SS commander, published his memoirs Grenadier as part of the campaign for SS rehabilitation and glorification of their role in the war. Although HIAG achieved the rehabilitation of the Waffen SS, Their propaganda efforts contributed to reshaping the image of the Waffen SS in popular culture. Their influence persists, with academic studies being overshadowed by a large number of amateur historical studies, memoirs of SS officers, internet forums, picture books, websites, and war games. HIEG also had a publishing house, Munin Verlag, which served as a platform for their publicity goals. Professional historians have described their work as revisionist apologetics. At their first major meeting in 1952 in Verden, Hermann Bernhard Ramke, a former paratrooper general and convicted war criminal, condemned the Western Allies as the real war criminals and insisted that the blacklist on which all former SS members were placed would soon become a list of honor. Joachim Peiper, one of the most prominent officers of the 1st Division of the Waffen SS, was Joachim Peiper, whose end was both curious and unclear. After his release, Peiper led a discreet life and did not publicly associate with former members of the Nazi Party. However, in private, he remained a firm believer and a member of the secret Waffen SS community in the Federal Republic of Germany. The Mutual Aid Association of former Waffen SS members provided him with support in finding employment, initially at Porsche in Stuttgart, but he was dismissed due to his wartime actions. The community helped him again to get a job as a car salesman at Volkswagen. In June 1964, Peiper was brought to trial in Stuttgart for the Boves massacre in September 1943. Despite the collective guilt of the battle group, the court determined that there was no evidence of Joachim Peiper's individual responsibility or that he had directly ordered the massacre. He was acquitted of all charges. After the trial, in a 1967 interview, he expressed his National Socialist feelings and his discontent with contemporary Germany, mentioning his desire to move to France, despite not having a particular affinity for the French due to his love for the country and his disdain for German materialism. In 1972, Joachim Peiper and his wife Sigurd decided to move to Travers in Burgundy, France. They chose a small house on the outskirts of the village. Although the French authorities knew who Peiper was, they granted him a temporary residence permit for 5 years. While living in France, he worked as a translator of military history books. He seemed to lead a quiet life and did not go out much. In 1974, a former member of the French resistance, Paul Cachot, thought he recognized Peiper in a shop. Although he was not sure, he reported his possible presence to the French Communist Party. In 1976, Cachot contacted Pierre Durand, a historian, who confirmed Peiper's identity in the Stasi archives. On June 21, 1976, anti-Nazi activists distributed flyers in Travers, informing that Peiper was a war criminal. On June 22, an article in L'Humanité confirmed his presence. Thus began a campaign calling for his expulsion. On July 13, Peiper advised his wife to return to Germany, hoping that the situation would improve. However, in the early morning of July 14th, the police received calls about a fire at Peiper's house. When the firefighters arrived, they found the house in flames and a severely burned body inside, reduced to about 60 centimeters due to the intense heat of the fire. Reintegration into civilian life. In post-war Germany, Waffen SS veterans played a significant role in efforts to rehabilitate the reputation of the Waffen SS, who had committed numerous war crimes during World War II. High-ranking German politicians courted former Waffen SS members and their veterans organization, the CIAG. Controversially, some veterans served in the new German armed forces, the Bundeswehr. Additionally, Waffen SS leaders during the war, such as Paul Hauser and Kurt Meyer, published several revisionist or uncritical books about the Waffen SS. In the post-war years, the HIAG wielded some political influence in West Germany and attempted to attract mainstream parties, but this changed in the 1960s when the veterans organization, having achieved its goals, shifted towards far-right politics. The HIAG greatly exaggerated its influence and at no point represented more than 8% of all Waffen SS veterans in West Germany. In Germany, the historical review of the impact of Waffen SS veterans on post-war German society is ongoing, and several books have been published on the subject in recent years. The issue of Waffen SS veterans in West German society reached a critical point when the country began rearming and formed the Bundeswehr in 1955. Initially, the intention was not to admit any former Waffen SS members, but this soon changed to allow former members up to the rank of Obersturmbannführer, Lieutenant Colonel. Public opinion was divided on the matter, as many people in Germany had also suffered under the Nazi regime, while many others had been voluntary or involuntary members of Nazi organizations like the SS. The exclusion of former Waffen SS members was criticized by the HIA, which tried to establish a distinction between the honorable Waffen SS and the evil Allgemeine SS, despite up to 60,000 Waffen SS men also serving in concentration and extermination camps. The admission of former Waffen SS members into the new Bundeswehr created some discomfort with the former Allied powers, Britain, France, and the United States. West Germany received conditional approval from the US State Department for the admission of former Waffen SS members into the armed forces, provided the number of applications was small and the selection process careful. This position was clarified after a question from the American Jewish Committee on how this step would impact the democratic nature of the new German armed forces. From the German side, rejecting former Waffen SS members was seen as politically dangerous, as the estimated 500,000 Waffen SS veterans, a number later considered too high, were too large a group to ignore as potential voters. GAG and Waffen SS veterans were courted not only by West Germany's conservative government. Opposition leader Kurt Schumacher also maintained good relations with the organization. The number of applications from former Waffen SS members for the new Bundeswehr remained low, with 3,117 applications received by September 1956, of which 508 were accepted, including 33 officers. Despite the promised selection process, at least one member of the Allgemeine SS, Major Ulrich Besch, who had been a guard at the Buchenwald concentration camp, was approved. Overall, the number of former Waffen SS members in the Bundeswehr never exceeded 770. In comparison, the same selection process was not applied to the Federal Criminal Police Office, where 33 of the 57 senior officials were former SS members. In post-war Germany, several former Waffen SS members found success, adopting diverse approaches to reveal their past. Günter Grass, awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature in 1999, admitted in 2006 that he joined the SS in 1944. Actor Hardy Kruger was drafted into the Waffen SS in 1945 and admitted his past by refusing to shoot at American troops. Another prominent German actor, Horst Tappert, kept his past secret, and only 5 years after his death did it become public that he had served in the 3rd SS Panzer Division Totenkopf since 1942. East German painter Bernhard Heissig, who volunteered for the SS in 1942, admitted his early past and joined the Communist Party after the war. Journalist and Waffen-SS volunteer Franz Schönhuber worked for 35 years for Bavarian newspapers and Bayerischer Rundfunk, Bavaria's state television, before being fired for downplaying Nazi crimes in his autobiography, after which he turned to far-right politics with moderate success.